हेलो।
Hello, good morning, sir.
हाँ सर, गुड मॉर्निंग सर। मैं दिस इज कमलेश फ्रॉम वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट। एक्चुअली आई एम आईटी पर्सन।
Yes,
मेरी आवाज
yes.
आपको क्लियर आ रही है सर?
जी, आपकी आवाज क्लियर आ रही है। लेकिन
एक बार पूछिए। जी सर।
आपका
हेलो
वीडियो नहीं आ रहा सर। आपका
सर। मैं जी मैं ऑन कर रहा हूँ सर वीडियो ना। इज इट क्लियर सर?
एक सेकंड, जस्ट गिव अस वन।
जी
जी, अब आ रहा है क्लियर।
ठीक है सर। ठीक है, मैं
ओके,
अभी टर्न ऑफ कर दूंगा। जैसे हमारे डायरेक्टर सर आएंगे तो फिर वी विल स्टार्ट
ओके,
ना।
थैंक यू, थैंक
थैंक
यू।
यू थैंक यू।
पानी पिला देना। चलो। 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 1
नमस्कार सर।
हेलो।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते।
सर आपका फिर से स्वागत है सर हमारे NID।
धन्यवाद। आप स्वागत करते रहें, हम आते रहेंगे। बताइए।
बस सर अब हम कुछ मिनट में आप शुरू करने वाले हैं।
अच्छा, अरे भाई मुझे एक गिलास पानी पिला दो, दौड़ के आया, प्यास लग गई बहुत तेज। और मेरा खाना भी यही मंगा दे। हेलो।
हाँ जी सर। सर थोड़ा सा कैमरा सर
आओ
नीचे की तरफ।
थोड़ा कुछ
बस सर इतना से भी काफी है सर। नहीं तो
इसके ऊपर डाल दो ना। अभी ठीक है?
जी सर अभी बेहतर है सर।
So, Mr. Raju,
Yes ma'am.
yeah, please start our program. Now it's 10.
Okay. Okay. All dignitaries are there, ma'am?
Director Wadia is here. You just start program. I contact Talak Ahmed sir.
Balaji sir, we can mute the other panelists. So, welcome to the last day of the 5-day faculty development program organized by National Institute of Disaster Management in collaboration with 12 central and state universities and research institutes. Before we move ahead in our today's session, let's quickly recapitulate our yesterday's session. In the Professor Tankeswar Kumar, VC, Guru Jamveswarpur University of Science and Technology, had national disaster as source which harms animal, wildlife are particularly vulnerable to. He also mentioned tsunami, natural forest fire have devastating impact on animals. He also talked about animals affected by natural disaster are left to die injuries that could be due to medical care. Not harm the animal directly, but their life in situations like bomb explosion,
Raju,
pollution,
sorry for
hazards. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Is it better now, ma'am? Is it better?
Yes, sir.
Just give me one second. Sorry for the interruption. So in the inaugural session only, Professor Trilok Nath Singh, Vice Chancellor Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapith Varanasi, raised the point of incorporation of disaster management in education curriculum right from our primary education. Gaining strength from their acquired bookish and practical knowledge, students play a very major role in not only devising well-informed plan to face an eventuality, but also in hand-holding victims of a disaster through their timely intervention. This is where their presence comes to the fore as part of an effective disaster management. He also mentioned that India has evolved the new education policy 2020. Higher education significantly contributes towards sustainable livelihood and economic development of the nation. In the technical session, Professor Kapil Gupta, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, underlined that the world population people stand the risk of facing untold suffering due to the climate crisis, and unless there are some major transformation to global society. Urban floods cannot be managed in isolation at that city scale, and response to potential flood impact are complicated by interlinked political, socio-economic, and environmental changes. To understand the unique feature of urban flood management, a framework should be developed in which spatio-temporal relations are further defined and investigated, was highlighted by Professor Kapil Gupta. Sir also highlighted a green roof which helps control the stormwater runoff and retention. The increased urbanization of towns and cities has resulted in less green space and more impervious surface. He mentioned that precipitation generally runs off the roof of building into gutters and flow into the stream showers. And the last presenter yesterday was Mr. Anil Kathet, young professional from National Institute of Disaster Management, where he mentioned that landslide hazard rank high among the hydrogeological hazards because they pose a threat to life and livelihood, ranging from the disruption of normal activities to widespread loss of life, property, and destruction in large part of mountainous region of India. Sir also talked about the National Landslide Management Strategy document, which addresses all the components of landslide disaster risk reduction and management, such as hazard mapping, monitoring, and early warning system, awareness program, capacity building, and training. This strategy document envisages specific recommendation for the concerned nodal agencies, ministries, departments, states, and other stakeholders so as to avoid or reduce the impact of future landslide calamities. With these words, now I would like to request Dr. Harjeet Kaur, the moderator of today's session, to take on the stage. Dr. Harjeet Kaur is currently engaged as a young professional in climate in coastal disaster risk reduction and center, GMR division. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Raju. Welcome to last day of the 5 days faculty development program organized by National Institute of Disaster Management in collaboration with 12 central, state universities and research institutes. Today, we have with us Dr. Kalachan Sen, Director, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Professor Talat Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Shri Krishna Vatsa, Member NDMA, Professor Ravi Sinha, IIT Bombay, and Shri Rajendra Singh, Water Conservationist and Environmentalist, Waterman of India, who will share their knowledge and wisdom. I would also like to bring to your notice that in the valedictory session, we expected to be joined by Dr. Kiran Bedi, IPS, Lieutenant Governor of Pondicherry, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of Association of Indian University, and Professor Sushma Yadav, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat, Phool Singh, Mahila, Vishwavidyalaya. Now I would request Dr. Kalachan Sen, Director, Wadia Institute of Himalayan.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Very good morning to all the students, researchers, faculties, and distinguished guests. First of all, I thank Professor Surya Prakash, Program Coordinator, for giving me an opportunity to speak in this 5-day important program on faculty development, teachers training on disaster risk reduction and resilience. I am also very happy to be part among all the galaxy or stalwart into this program. Professor Talat Ahmed, Professor Sushma Yadav, Major General Manoj Bindal, Dr. Rajendra Singh, Professor Ravi Sinha, Sri Krishna Vatsa, and in the valedictory function, Dr. Pankaj Mittal will be joining as a keynote speaker. I'm extremely happy that Dr. Kiran Bedi, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, in spite of her very busy schedule, has accepted to deliver the valedictory address this afternoon. It's always a great pleasure to be a part of this program, and this particular program is very, very important with reference to Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on the disaster risk reduction and resilience, or DRR. At the end of 5 days program, I am very sure that all the registrants must have enriched their knowledge on this very important topic of disaster risk reduction and resilience, and they must have developed their network for the this very pertinent issue on this program of Prime Minister's 10-point agenda. I'll just quickly cover some of the aspects. A lot of things have been discussed during the last 5 years, and all of us know that India is geographically located such a way that it is under threat by the natural disasters and calamities that can be caused by earthquakes or landslides or floods in the Himalaya or any other hilly terrain. There can be droughts and floods in the plain. There will be cyclones, tsunamis, and erosion in the coastal regions. We cannot prevent all these natural phenomena, but what we can do, definitely, we can reduce their impact on the human lives, on the livestock, and the properties. For example, from our geoscientific study, we can find out which areas are more vulnerable for the earthquakes, say Delhi NCR region or Himalayan region. So if we strictly implement the building codes and by restricting the number of the floors as well as earthquake resilient structures, constructions to the lifeline, whether it can be residential apartment, whether it can be school, colleges, premises, whether it can be hospitals, shopping complexes, or metro rails, flyovers, or any other infrastructure. So I will briefly touch upon some of the examples from the Earth Science study. India is envisioning for 5 trillion USD economy, and all of us know that natural disasters cause huge loss. So indirectly, they are responsible if we want to really achieve this 5 trillion economy as government of India has envisaged. So how can we do that? And that is some of the important issues as a earth scientist, as a geoscientist, we can contribute to the growth, economic growth of the country. So few examples. Let us take the example of 2004 tsunami that was caused by 9.3 magnitude megathrust earthquake in the Andaman. And it generated a series of waves up to 30-meter heights, and that affected the communities lying along the coast of the Indian Ocean. And this claimed 230,000 people in 14 rim countries, and huge destruction of the properties worth of 15 billion US. Lives and properties can be saved through proper planning of evacuation by the local administration based on tsunami early warning system. In our country, we are ready to warn before the tsunami comes. So this is one of the very important contribution against the disaster reduction by the earth scientists of our country. Second example, if you look into the 2013 Kedarnath flash flood, all of you know that was caused by the cloud burst coupled with the snow melt and debris blocked into the middle of the river course, and that led 6,000 people dead, 3 lakh pilgrims trapped, and 4,550 villages affected. Third example, if you give that, you can remember this is a very recent phenomena, 2020 cyclone Amphan, which killed more than 120 people and were damaged to the properties worth of 13.6 billion USD. Still, it is not far. In 2019, Fani cyclone killed more than 100 people in the eastern India and Bangladesh. And this also caused huge damage worth of 8 billion US dollar. And all of us know that these cyclones was originally started from the tropical depression in the Indian Ocean, which rapidly intensified into the extremely severe cyclone. So based on the advancement of the multiparametric data acquisition, data analysis, we are in a position to predict all these floods to the cyclones, and thus the damage can be controlled. Again, if we really want to implement some of the rules followed by the local administrations, then it can be averted. Example 4, there are thousands of glaciers in the high altitude of the Himalaya. And because of the climate change, the glaciers melt. And the melt water gets accumulated in the depression of the mountainous slopes. And that can form glacial lakes. And glacial lakes pose threat to the lives and properties living into the downstream. And that can cause glacial lake outburst flood. So this glacial lake outburst flood, we can monitor how we can avoid this flood. The accumulation of the water into the glacial lake can be monitored. And if we know at what rate water is being accumulated, and we can devise a mechanism by the same rate, it will be very slow rate, we can pass or release that water from the lake into the downstream, and that can evade any consequences of the outburst. It can also be avoided by estimating the storing capacity of the lake, as well as we can find out how that accumulated water can be released into the downstream. Example 5, I can give that landslide is one of the major vulnerability in the Himalaya and hilly terrains. And this landslide is mainly caused by natural process or environmental degradation. This is also caused by anthropogenic activities. Increasing urbanization is another important factor. And these all pose serious threat to the infrastructure and socio-economic condition of the people. It has been estimated that 30% of world landslide occur in Himalaya. And the monetary loss we incur, India incurs every year to the tune of 100 million US dollar per year. So there is a strong need for assessing the landslide susceptibility in the pan-Himalaya, and the slope conditions, vary place to place. So we need to understand the slope conditions along and across the Himalaya so that we can prepare a landslide hazard map, and from there we'll be able to reduce the impact of the landslide after the consequences. Sixth example I would like to place before you, that all of us know that the central India, central Himalaya, where the Garhwal and this Kumaun exists, our Uttarakhand state exists, Himachal Pradesh is there. There is a large earthquake due. That can happen anytime. But at this moment, we don't know when exactly, how much energy of the earthquake, and where exactly that earthquake is going to take place. But from our GPS studies, we have found out, even if 2015 Nepal earthquake has released a lot of accumulated strain, still the GPS study shows that the western part of the Nepal having huge accumulated strain energy. That strain energy can be released in the form of earthquake anytime. So we need to prepare ourselves how we can understand the accumulated strain rate into the region, how we can understand the seismicity of the region. So there is a strong need for the acquisition of the GPS data for the monitoring of the seismicity into that region. So this is as a whole, I wanted to show some of the disaster activities related to the geoscience, and science and society always linked. And our science should reach to the society. How can we reach to the society? So society people, people living into that region need to be made aware that what consequence may take place, and if that consequence comes, what sort of precautions they should take. So all these things, it is the duty of the university faculty, it is duty of the institute scientists to make them aware, to teach them, to arrange some sort of program. They can attend the program and understand some of the local hazards or local disaster. And before the disaster, during the disaster, what sort of precautions they have to take. We are producing from the universities and institute lot of PhD students. So PhD students need to take up some of the important issues, challenges society faces in terms of disaster, and they have to pose the problem that how they are going to address the problem. And once they submit the PhD after 5 years, that outcome should be utilized if it is really useful to overcome some of the disaster related matter for the development of the society, for the economic development of the country. Always we have to keep in mind when we talk about economic development, this disaster is one of the retarding factor which is taking down. If we can manage how we can reduce the impact of several type of disaster, I have covered some of the example which is related to the natural process, but there are many man-made processes also exist. So if we can reduce the impact of the hazard, if we can reduce the impact of the disaster, definitely we will be able to grow our economy. So it is directly linked. We don't take the disaster or they are not contributing to the economic development. This loss, if we can reduce, directly it is impacting to the economy. So we have a greater role being a scientist of different national institute, being the professor, lecturer of different institute. We need to understand the hidden cause of different type of disaster and how we can avoid this cause. We cannot stop these natural phenomena, but definitely again I am pointing before you that we can understand very well and we can provide some measures, mitigational measures by which we will be able to reduce their impact. So that is the need of the hour. The institute and in the school level, the disaster related topic, the hazard related topic is not there. So I think we have to praise to the human resource or education ministry that from the school days we need to make the students aware the importance of the study. For the growth of the country heavily depends on this important factor, and that's why the Prime Minister 10-point agenda is very, very important. And I congratulate the NRDM to take this initiative and developing the faculty program at the need of the hour, and this is very, very important. And one very important thing that this disaster, these calamities cannot be mitigated or cannot be taken care by one institute, one organization. It is a responsibility to the entire country. Whole people should respond to this. Whenever there is an need, whenever there is a disaster, I think there should be a rule that the staff of any institute or employee of any government, whether central government, state government, they should be ready to respond to that consequences. So we need to prepare some strategy by which one part, parallelly doing our research, parallelly teaching the students, we have to be ready ourselves whenever there will be call, and to respond to that call, that type of policy should be implemented to all organizations. And I think we will be able to mitigate, because our country really has several types of natural as well as man-made disaster, and as well as we have a lot of strength infrastructure point of view. our expertise point of view, our capability point of view, we can do. We are capacity building. We have developed a lot of things. We are doing a lot of important things, and we are not taking care of this very important topic of geohazard, or we can say the disaster. So at this, I will not take much time. I know there are many speakers who have come to educate us, to teach us, and I'm sure that all the faculty member and all the people involved into this program, they have gained knowledge from the 5 days deliberation, and people are also publishing their quality paper. We need to understand what research they have got and what message they have sent through their quality research. We are organizing seminars and conferences to disseminate knowledge on the natural disaster, and this is really need of the hour. For any extreme event, whenever takes place, we need to understand how it has happened and why we could not predict it, why we could not take care to reduce their impact. So I will say that at the present time, we have to evolve a mechanism or maybe policy to be involved so that we can inculcate the concept of the disaster into the young minds. Curricula in the bachelor's and master's and the school level need to be changed. And we have to do some sort of outreach program so that the local people can be educated during the consequences of the any landslides or disasters. I will not take much time. I have spoken a lot, and I wish that all the registrants will go home and they will make their network ready whenever such sort of disaster is anticipated, and what sort of plan they have kept, or what sort of plan they are going to implement, so that we can reduce the impact, we can mitigate the hazard, as well as we can predict well in advance about the consequences, whether it is a flood, whether it is a cyclone. Earthquake prediction is too far, but at least landslide we can do. All these things, if we can make it tsunami, then I think really we are geared up, and India has that capability of doing everything. Thank you very much, and I hand over the mic to the organizer, Dr. Harjit Kaur. I also thank you very much for coordinating this nice program.
Thank you very much, sir. Action taken to prevent or reduce the risk of life, social and economic activities and natural resources from natural hazards is central to decade initiative. Awareness, education, preparedness and prediction and warning system can reduce the disruptive impact of natural disaster or on communities. Thank you very much, sir. For keynote address, we have with us Professor Talat Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir. He is an earth scientist and professor at Department of Geology, University of Delhi. Prior to this, he is also served as a Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia and a Vice Chancellor of University of Kashmir. Prior to this, he was teaching geology at the University of Delhi. He is a recipient of several prestigious fellowship and awards. With these words, I would like to pass on stage to Professor Talat Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, for his keynote address. Over to you, sir. Are you there, sir?
Is why this flooding has become very important now is because of deforestation. We have cut lots of trees and green trees in different parts of the country, and then that has increased the level of erosion. So all our lakes and rivers, they have become shallower because of the silting, the sand and the other material, they come and go into the riverbed and make it shallower. So even if there is a normal rain, many a times we see that there is a problem of flooding. And then even if we study properly, we see that there are lots of old flood plains. But we know that many parts of our country, people built houses, built lots of structures, roads, and everything on the floodplain, which is a very wrong practice, which needs to be educated, as Kalachand was telling, that people should understand, those people who are planning, they should know these difficulties, and whatever knowledge that we have gained up to now is good enough for the planners to plan properly, rather than just making some plans and asking them to develop these things. In that, I think the geologists and all the scientists involved should be informed. Even the people from the forestry, they should also be very, very active, not to allow deforestation because of in the name of uh, development. There should be development, but there has to be some sort of balance. So this needs to be looked into, all these problems. I would suggest that some of the very important thing is that we have to go on a big way for afforestation. You should have more and more greenery. Okay. Similarly, another problem that is coming is because of the pollution. We have lots of black carbon emitted by our vehicular traffic or by industries, which is actually going and sitting on the glaciers. And when the glaciers, part of it is covered by this black carbon, it is going to heat up, and the intensity of melting of the glacier increases many-fold, and we are having all this problem, and we are going to have big problem in future for getting water for everybody. So similarly, we have to know that whatever we can do, we have to do, but nature is working for itself. There are lots of carbon dioxide emitted from the volcanoes and many other activities. But at the same time, there's something called silicate weathering. So whatever carbon dioxide is emitted from the volcanoes and other natural resources is consumed by the weathering of the silicates. So when we rise the Himalayas or we rise other hills and mountains, the silicate rocks get exposed. It interacts with the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, pulls it down. So if we leave the nature alone, we are not going to have any problem. But whatever is done by us, anthropogenic activity, lots of industries, lots of vehicular traffic, lots of development, we are not in a position to consume the carbon dioxide that we are producing. We are just emitting it in the atmosphere. So this will be a big problem, and with the time, we will have more and more problems related to the climate change and warming up and these sort of things. I'm very sure that people must have discussed all these things in details. In 5 or 10 minutes, we cannot say much. Because of that, I thought I'll just touch upon some of these issues. And I'm very happy that already Kalachand has talked about it. Another important thing that I feel is the planners, we should have our own system to make sure that those areas which are known for earthquake uh, because of the geological reasons, we have to be very, very strict in terms of the building codes, not only in the Himalayas, but other parts of the country, uh, in terms of the earthquakes, in terms of this flooding, where we should develop, which area we should not touch. There are lots of horizons where we are losing all the ecological balance. So all these needs to be understood. I am very happy that I was asked to come, although I was supposed to be talking on the first day, but somehow I had some other commitment from before. But I wish that everybody who is attending this conference will be benefited. And I congratulate Dr. Surya Prakash, who happens to be my ex-colleague from Wadia, and Dr. Harjeet Kaur, who has been all the time trying to keep in touch with all of us to see that this program is successful. So I wish you all a very good uh, learning and hearing for particularly the youngsters who are attending this, so that in future our country will be in a better position to handle these disasters. They will be there, but we have to be ready to control these and make minimum loss for property and the life of people. Thank you so much, and I look forward to again join during the valedictory session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir rightly highlighted that with increasing global surface temperature, with the possibility of more droughts and increased intensity of storm will likely occur. More heat in the atmosphere and warmer ocean surface temperatures can lead to increased wind speed in tropical storms. Like sir mentioned, in an increasingly interconnected world, disaster and emergency risks are becoming more complex and intractable. Therefore, it is of vital importance that all scientists, researchers, academicians optimize the application of scientific and technological capabilities to understand, reduce, and manage disaster and emergency risk. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I will request Mr. Anil Kathat, young professional, Center for Hill Area Development, NIDM, for facilitation address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Distinguished dignitaries, panelists, and the participants. Point 6 of our Honorable Prime Minister 10-point agenda on DRR provided the platform for this 5 days faculty development program on disaster management. In 10-point agenda on DRR, point 6, Honorable Prime Minister exhorted on the need to develop a network of universities to work on disaster issues. He also advocated that as a part of this, universities could specialize in multidisciplinary research on disaster issues most relevant to them, such as universities located in coastal areas could specialize in managing risk from coastal hazards, and the one located in hilly cities could focus on mountain hazards. So universities have to ponder on the options, the ways to mainstream the DRR in their activities, in their research programs. There is a saying, education is not filling of a pot, lightning of a fire. So the goal of mainstreaming DRR in education should not constrain merely to giving the degree in disaster management. We have to aim how the blend of DRR in education can be beneficial for the health of our society, and in injecting the awareness, preparedness, prevention in the veins of the country for a disaster-resilient India. Universities, academic institutions can become a big actor in achieving the goal of last-mile connectivity for disaster preparedness, disaster prevention, and also in cultivating a culture of safety and resilience. We hope this 5 days training is being successful in achieving its objectives. At the outset, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Kalachand Sen, Director, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, and Professor Dalat Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, for pausing their busy schedule and gracing the inaugural session of the 5th day of 5 days faculty development program on disaster management with their respective presence. I also express a deep sense of gratitude to Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, Visit Seva Medal, Executive Director NIDM, and Professor Surya Prakash, Head GMR Division NIDM, for continuously guiding and supporting us in our every endeavor. I take this opportunity to thank all the center universities that are part of this training program. Their collaboration, partnership shows their keen interest in maintaining mainstreaming DRR in education, as was emphasized by our Prime Minister in his speech. Thanks, sir. Over to you, Dr. Harjeet.
Moving ahead to our technical session. For our first presentation for today, we have with us Shri Krishna Vatsa, member NDMA. Krishna Vatsa has worked in the area of disaster risk reduction and recovery for the last 25 years. Prior to joining as a member NDMA, Shri Krishna Vatsa worked as a policy advisor, disaster recovery, Bureau for Policy and Program Support, UNDP in New York and nearby. During 2015 to 20, he served as the Regional Disaster Reduction Advisor, South and Southwest Asia in New Delhi from 2008 to 2014. He joined UNDP in 2007 as an early recovery coordinator in the Philippines. As a career civil servant, Shri Krishna Vatsa joined the Maharashtra Emergency Earthquake Rehabilitation Program in the state of Maharashtra, India in 1995 and implemented a large-scale earthquake recovery program during the next 4 years. He has also served as the secretary to the government of Maharashtra, Relief and Rehabilitation from 2003 to 2006 and then as a secretary, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj from 2006 to 2007. In course of his career, he has extensively consulted for several national and international organizations in the area of disaster risk reduction and recovery. Shri Krishna Vatsa has a Doctor of Science in Disaster Risk Management from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. and published extensively on the subject. With these words, I would like to pass on stage to Shri Krishna Vatsa, member NDMA. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks very much for the invitation, and I'm so glad to be here. It's also great to know that we are conducting this training program for the university professors and teachers and academics. Disaster management is finding a greater importance in the higher education structure, and it has led to more and more professionally trained people in this subject, and this has really enriched the community of disaster management professionals. The area that I have been asked to address is is NDRF, National Disaster Response Fund. I would say that it is a rather narrow area, and I would like to expand it a little bit and cover the area of disaster risk financing in India, and not just a fund, but I think it's very, very important that we understand the entire gamut of issues that are related to how the disasters are financed and resourced. The topic is important for all the academics in several ways. One, that they need to understand how the government allocates resources for disaster risks, how and on what all the areas the government spends these resources. But it's not just about the government allocating and spending resources on disasters. It should also be looked at from the other point of view. In fact, I would strongly recommend much greater research on the area of how the people access resources for disaster risk reduction. How the people access resources when they are faced with the disasters. So disaster risk financing has two broad sides. One, the public finance side, and the one whereby the people access finances and resources in the aftermath of a disaster. So it's important that we look at the issue from both the angles, but that requires a much longer time. Let me see how much I can cover in half an hour that I'm left with. We started disaster risk financing as part of our public finance arrangements right after the independence. And it was closely related to how the development planning was being supported by the governments, state governments particularly. What was happening was that the government was allocating resources for development, but the states would, whenever states would face disasters, they would find a serious disruption to their development expenditures. They would find that the whatever resources are available, they would have to be reallocated for disasters, and as a result, all the development plans received a serious setback. And it happened right in the midst of the first 5-year plan. So that was the time when the Finance Commission started looking at how the states could be supported for these kind of a contingent expenditures, so that the development planning and development expenditure is not affected. And so we had a very kind of innovative and I think unorthodox arrangement where the Finance Commission took the responsibility for recommending the allocation of resources for disasters. In no other country has this arrangement been tried. So we are right now in 15th Finance Commission. So all through the 14 Finance Commissions, we have a series of recommendations on disaster risk financing. And over different cycles, these Finance Commissions, through deliberations, consultations, they developed various tools and windows through which disaster management was being financed in the country. So these recommendations have actually provided the basis, the foundation for public financing of disasters. So what happened that after some time, we had standardized these windows at the state level and at the central level. At the state level, we were operating the Calamity Relief Fund, which we called CRF. And at the national level, we had the National Contingency Calamity Fund. So all the states would receive a predetermined allocation for each of the 5 years for their disaster spending. So there was predictability to their allocation. So each state in advance came to know how much they would be allocated in a particular year, and which helped them plan their resources and which helped them also acquire certain capacities. So, but often these resources were not adequate to meet all their expenditures in the aftermath of disasters. So the Planning Commission set up this National Contingency Calamity Fund at the central level. And the objective was that the National Contingency Calamity Fund would provide resources to the states when they have exhausted their own resources under the Calamity Relief Fund. So the NCCF was actually a central fund which was supposed to reinforce the disaster financing at the state level, but it was largely compensatory in nature. The National Contingency Calamity Fund was also came to be linked to the certain levy of taxes. So it was tax supported. So there was a tax source for this, and the entire proceeds of that tax would go to fund the National Contingency Calamity Fund. And the government also established a mechanism, a procedure through which the state governments would apply for funds and get these funds from the NCCF. The process that was followed, that the state governments, once they find that the disasters of a sufficient or large scale where their own resources would not be sufficient to meet all the expenditures, they would submit a memorandum to the Government of India. The Government of India, after the receipt of the memorandum, would send a team to the states to assess the impact of the disaster, and based on the recommendation of the team, they would allocate resources from the NCCF to the concerned state. What happened that the states would make exorbitant demand upon the center, and it became a competitive political exercise, which a state will ask for how much. And it kind of eroded the credibility of the system. The states would what the states would demand would not always be related to how much impact they suffered. It was basically to show to their constituency how much they are asking for. The other problem was that almost the entire resources was being allocated for relief and response. So the money that would come to the states would be spent on relief, and it would be spent on a little bit of assistance to the people who suffered the housing losses and the crop losses. As a result, there was no financing for recovery and reconstruction, long-term recovery and reconstruction when people lost their houses in a big way. And also they would not be able to undertake major recovery programs, say in the trade and enterprise sector, in the MSME sector. So there was no financing for recovery and reconstruction. Similarly, there was no investment in mitigation. There was also very little investment in preparedness. So it was a completely response-centric, relief-centric mechanism. And if you add it to the competitive populism, this was entirely a program in giving handout to the people. But this is how the system continued for a long time. Then the one major development was the Disaster Management Act 2005 that was enacted. The Disaster Management Act has devoted a section to disaster risk financing. So it proposed 3 levels of funding for disasters, one at the national level, second at the state level, and third at the district level. And at each level, there are 2 funding windows. One is for response and the other is for mitigation. So we had National Disaster Response Fund and then National Disaster Mitigation Fund. The similar structure exists at the state level, a State Disaster Response Fund, a State Disaster Mitigation Fund, and the same is replicated again at the district level. So this was the provision inserted through the Disaster Management Act. Of course, it could not be implemented in entirety. What happened that the Calamity Relief Fund at the state level was renamed as the State Disaster Response Fund, and the NCCF, the National Contingency Calamity Fund, was renamed as the National Disaster Response Fund. There was no National Disaster Mitigation Fund, and same at the state and district level, no mitigation fund was set up. For many regions, it was it was opposed within the government, and we continued actually with the old system with a new name till we came to the 15th Finance Commission. The 15th Finance Commission again started looking at this entire issue of disaster risk financing, and they expressed concerns about 2-3 things. One, of course, is the structure of disaster financing as envisaged in the as prescribed in the Disaster Management Act that has not been implemented. Second, that the allocation that was being made by the Finance Commission for all the previous cycles was based on expenditures. So, and it was not based on the risk exposure, how much hazard and risk exposure each state has. So what each of these Finance Commission did, they took the previous expenditures incurred by the states into account and made that as the basis for recommendation of the allocations for the next 5 years. So whichever state spent more, it stood to gain more. As a result, there are many factors such as area and population, such as the recurrence of hazards, such as the impact of the hazard. All that was not taken into consideration while Finance Commission made these allocations. And this system of allocation had also been criticized for a long time. So as a result, the Finance Commission, 15th Finance Commission wanted to address some of these issues and innovate the system through bringing the risk dimension into the allocations. What it did was that while it continued with the expenditure to a certain extent, it also took other considerations into account while allocating the resources. So this is how it was. The 15th Finance Commission arrived at its recommendations. It took the previous expenditure of the states into consideration, but it gave just 70% weightage to the expenditures. It assigned 30% weightage to the area and population of the state. So, unlike the previous Finance Commissions, it also took the area and population of the state into consideration along with the expenditures. Then it prepared a risk index for all the states. And this risk index that was prepared actually consisted of both the hazard and vulnerability. So it assigned a score of 70 to the hazards and a score of 30 to vulnerability. In the hazard score, it included all the principal hazards and the minor hazards. And in the score given to vulnerability, it actually relied upon the poverty data. So through this combination of hazard and vulnerability, it prepared a risk index for all the states and union territories. And once there was a score given to each of these states, and as per this risk index, Odisha was considered the most vulnerable state, and perhaps Goa was the least vulnerable state. So the figure that it arrived through calculating the expenditure and the area and population it was actually multiplied by the risk index. And then it arrived at the final allocation. So the interim report that was submitted by the Finance Commission this year, actually in February, has given the allocation for all the states. The final report would be submitted soon. So we really don't know if this formulation would continue. We hope that this would continue. But we have a new formulation for a new methodology for allocation of resources at the state level. And then whatever be the allocation at the state level, it divided the entire allocation into 4 windows. So these 4 windows were one for response, the other for recovery and reconstruction, third for preparedness and capacity building, and fourth, of course, was the mitigation. So mitigation, actually, there is a different fund. So it's a kind of, the allocation is for National Mitigation Fund and a State Mitigation Fund. And within the National Disaster Response Fund and within the State Disaster Response Fund, as I said, there are 3 windows, one for response, that is 40%, one for recovery and reconstruction, 30%, and one for preparedness and capacity building, that is 10%. And the remaining 20% actually would go towards mitigation fund. So as a result, now we have 4 windows of disaster financing, 40, 30, 10, and 20. It covers all the different stages of disaster management. And the states are expected to allocate the resources from these windows for those functions, those specific functions. So all that we have been arguing so far, that the government has not really invested so much in risk reduction, that criticism has been addressed through this allocation for mitigation fund. Similarly, the government has now made the resources available for recovery and reconstruction, which was not the case earlier. Same with the preparedness and capacity building. So now we have a new system which actually is based on a more diversified criteria, which takes into account the capacity reflected through expenditure, the area and population, which actually determine the risk exposure, and then the risk index. So it's a complex way of allocating resources, but the Finance Commission has definitely made a very sincere attempt to do so. And along with that, it has allocated resources for different functions of disaster management. So this system has just been introduced. It has a long way to go. The Finance Commission has recommended that for each of these windows, we need to prepare the guidelines. We are in the midst of preparing these guidelines, and we have to see how these windows function and how they really support different disaster management functions. So this is where we are right now. We are in a stage of transition, and really we need to shift to a new system altogether. But this is not the only way disaster risks are financed. There are other mechanisms and tools also which are taken into, which are relied upon for disaster financing. I mean, the most important of which is the Prime Minister's Relief Fund and the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. They are also used to support the disaster affected people, and then the state governments can always set up some specific funds. After COVID, the Prime Minister's office has also set up the PM Cares Fund. So these are very specific sources of disaster financing, which are supported through the Prime Minister's office and Chief Minister's office. A very, very important source of funding has been the international financial institutions, the World Bank and Asian Development Bank. They have been supporting many state governments for recovery and reconstruction. So right from the 90s, or even I would say 1970s, when Andhra Pradesh had experienced cyclones, the World Bank has been supporting the recovery and reconstruction programs through loans. So almost all important recovery and reconstruction programs in India, be it Andhra Pradesh, be it Maharashtra, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Odisha, all of them have been funded by the World Bank and the Asian Development Banks. So this is another important source of funding. And then the NGOs also bring a huge amount of resources, whenever the countries are affected by the various states are affected by disasters. So today, disaster financing has multiple sources, and of course, the public financing arrangement that has been devised by the Finance Commission is an important source, but there are other sources as well which have become equally important. The people also contribute, citizens of the country also contribute a lot of money to disaster funds. Various funds are being set up, appeals are being made, and people generate, people contribute generously. So this is on the supply side, you would find that multiple sources have emerged, and it's a very good sign that after each disaster, we have a lot of resources available. What is very important is that the people who are affected, they are able to access these resources as efficiently and as transparently. And for that, we need to have more, better systems and better conduits. Relief assistance is generally passed through the direct benefit transfer, DBT, and it has worked quite well. But there is a whole lot of money that is raised. I think that also needs to be spent on the people in whose name this money is being raised. These resources are being raised. And there is a need for improving transparency in the way these funds are raised and disbursed. There is also a need for greater accountability. So whatever be the money that we raise, it is very important that people receive this money and people spend it on their recovery. At the same time, now it's also very important, in view of the challenges posed by climate change and our increasing risk exposure, that we allocate and we spend resources in risk reduction. Mitigation fund is a great initiative in that direction. I think the mitigation fund can act as a catalyst for other sources of financing in risk reduction as well. So this is in brief an overview of disaster risk financing in the country. This is a big area, and I would encourage all the academics to look at this area very carefully. After all we do in this area is very much linked to how we access and secure finances. So thank you very much. I would be happy to take a few questions if people would like to read. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Investing in DRR is very important for India as it is among us the most disaster-prone countries in the world. India is subject to various types of disasters, including earthquake, cyclone, tsunami, flood, landslide, etc. The DM Act contains the provision for the financial mechanisms such as creation of fund for response, mitigation, and similar fund at the state and district level for the purpose of disaster management. So, sir, there is a few questions for you, sir. I'm just reading out, sir. Sir, one question is from Sushant George. He is asking to mention the funding sources available for research in environmental sciences and disaster management.
I think, I don't think within the government there was a committed source of funding for this, but now in the mitigation fund, there is a small window for research as well. So very soon you would have a committed window of funding for research and for all the academic projects. So you have to wait a little more, but it is definitely very much in planning.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next question is, sir, is there any new updates NDMA is coming up for better implementation of the techno-legal regime or a review of a major scheme to incorporate DRR? Is there any provision in funds allocated for information and communication technology which can be utilized by universities and institutes to disseminate disaster management information?
So these are two different areas. Techno-legal regime very much pertains to the mitigation. In the recent past, I think the NDMA has implemented the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project. I think there is a certain amount of attention given to the techno-legal regime in this project. NDMA is now coming up a big risk reduction project in the area of earthquakes, and I think that would receive a lot of attention so far as the techno-legal regime is concerned. I think there is also a need to work more closely with our municipalities. One of the recommendations of the Finance Commission is to assign earmarked funds for earthquake risk reduction in the hill states of North India and Northeastern India. And that it has allocated 250 crores just for this purpose. And I think that would also provide a big impetus to improving the techno-legal regime. So a number of projects at the national level and at the state level in future would allocate resources for techno-legal regime. As so far as the emergency communications concerned, I think that belongs to the preparedness, and again the preparedness and capacity building window would finance some of these initiatives, in the area of emergency communications.
Thank you once again, sir. Despite his busy schedule and important meeting to attend, he was humble enough to accept our invitation to share his wisdom with our participants. Thank you very much, sir.
It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I request all the participants to ask question via putting question in a Q&A box, and I request all the participants to be with us in valedictory session as we expected to be joined by Dr. Kiran Bedi, Lieutenant Governor, Puducherry. And now moving ahead for our second presentation, we have with us Shri, I think, Professor Ravi Sinha, Structural Engineering Division, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Sir is a recipient of several awards, recognition, and honorary affiliation. Professor Ravi Sinha has a wide spectrum of research interests, some of which are dynamics behavior of structures and equipment, earthquake resistant design and vulnerability, evaluation of structures and facilities, service life assessment and rehabilitations of structures, earthquake disaster mitigation and management, and many more. I would request Professor Ravi Sinha to take on the stage and enlighten our participants. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Harjeet. I hope that I'm audible. And
yes,
so I'd like to share a presentation. So can this be given? Okay, thank you. Just a moment. Yeah, so again, thank you so much for inviting me to this important program. First of all, I want to congratulate NIDM But particularly, I want to congratulate Professor Surya Prakash for organizing this 5-day program for faculty members. And I'm very happy with the way the program has been structured in terms of giving exposure to a wide gamut of activities related to disaster risk management. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to focus on something which is like you can say closer to your home, in the sense that I'm going to focus more on looking into one particular aspect of disaster risk management, which is managing earthquake disaster risk, and also looking into what is it that you as faculty members, you as universities have a role in that. And so it's like a takeaway, not just action point of knowledge, but also an action point of doing things. Again, as I mentioned, I'm going to be focusing only on earthquake risk for the purposes of this talk, but you'll see that these are applicable to a variety of disasters and not just earthquake risk management. So first of all, when we are looking at earthquake disasters, what we want to and would like to manage are situations like these. So if these kinds of things, for example, this was from Haiti about a decade ago, if these are the situations which are likely to happen, then what is it that we can do so that it doesn't happen? And secondly, if it happens, what is it that we can do so that we suffer less compared to if we didn't do anything? That is the motto of my talk, and that is what I would like to take away from this talk. That if you are unfortunately caught in this situation, then how can you be better off compared to if you didn't know anything about disaster risk management? So again, these are not unusual, and these are not very large earthquakes which have caused these situations. Moderate earthquakes, kinds of earthquakes which occur dozens of times every year in the world. And exactly how do we do anything about it? So how do we manage? And the disaster risk management actually should be science and knowledge based. You should not just be on the basis of gut feeling. You should take into account the ground realities, our future growth trajectory, and also the aspirations of the at-risk people. So 3 decades ago, the aspiration of the people was quite different from the aspirations today. 6 decades ago, the aspiration of the people, of a large number of people, were just that the grains which are coming to feed them from around the world, how do they reach from the port to their mouth, what used to be known as a ship-to-mouth grain supply. So that was the aspiration, that how is it possible to get the grains to their mouths before they die of hunger? That is not the situation with India now. So if we had strategies to manage disasters at that time, based on the context at that time, that has nothing to do with the current aspirations of the people. Quite obviously, the disaster risk management strategies have to comply with the relevant laws and the rules, particularly the Disaster Management Act of 2005. They should conform to best of the international standards. We are a very proud country with our own standing in the global stage. And in this field also, we want to carry our pride as a responsible nation in the world. It should take into account the governance and institutional capacity. Where are our current capacities? Where are the gaps which need to be strengthened? So which basically means that it has to be significantly locally owned. And quite obviously, all these things should not be theoretical. It should be implementable. And not just a one-time implementation, it should be sustainable. So there has to be annual allocation of budget, annual definitions of people's responsibility, and which basically means that within the governance system, not just in the government, but governance system, whether you are a private organization or you are a public authority, it has to be mainstreamed. And universities and faculty members also have important role in earthquake risk management, keeping all this thing into mind, not something which is isolated from what these are. So when you have to manage earthquake risk, the first question is that what is earthquake risk? So it turns out that earthquake risk has 3 components. One is known as a hazard. How strong is the shaking of the ground for which you want to have an earthquake risk management strategy? It depends on the vulnerability. Because of the shaking, what is going to be the consequence in terms of the damage to built environment? And that depends on things like structures, the type, the land use, and so on. And on exposure, which is the consequence of the damage. So what are the social and financial implications, both direct and indirect? What is the coping capacity? So how much losses could have been absorbed? And all of them combined give us the earthquake risk. So when we talk about earthquake risk management, actually we should understand all of them and then try to identify where all interventions can be made, at what level, by whom, so that the risk can be managed better. Now, if you look at the individual components, the hazard, which is the strength of ground shaking, it is based on the knowledge of past earthquakes as well as the understanding of the current seismic activities. And one can combine the two to get the best understanding of where all, what kind of shaking is likely to occur in future, for which we have to take into account. Vulnerability depends on the type of building stock, type of built environment. It depends on things like material of construction. It depends on architectural features, structure systems, a number of technical parameters. The exposure considers impact of the disaster as well as the resilience or coping capacity. And we look at both the human consequences like the deaths and injuries and financial consequences, factory shutting down, job losses, and so on. So both of them are looked at under exposure. And it is not required that there has to be some big government body to do these things. Different stakeholders, they should be able to assess their ability of managing the exposure in their own way, even if there is none of those big studies available. So earthquake risk management doesn't have to wait for something big to happen in the government before people start taking steps to make themselves safer. All lives are precious, all our lives are precious, and we can all do things to make ourselves safer against earthquake, while the government may take its own time to do whatever the government has to do. So it is also possible to assess the effectiveness of the risk management strategies within the organizations we work. It is possible to assess the effectiveness of coordination with the other organizations. How would we deal with the government? What can we do? What can they do? And so on. So if we combine all of it, then in that case, we can assess the earthquake risk so that we understand why the risk is something, and then what are the steps which can be taken to reduce the underlying causes. And one of the way we do this is through what is known as scenario. So because earthquakes occur after long intervals, and often the areas in which the earthquakes occur, they have changed quite a bit since the last earthquake. So even if we remember about what happened in the last earthquake, that may not be so relevant anymore. So we can develop scenarios which are like models of what could happen at the current time based on certain size earthquakes which are chosen on scientific basis. And then by looking into the causes of the various components which result in the final disaster, we can determine the critically important contributors to the risk, and so that the focus can be on managing that first. And what has been found in all countries which are at high risk to earthquakes, that simplistic risk management approach only kills people. So if somebody says that, oh, I have a lot of experience handling, and that's why I would be able to handle this well, the people who are going to die because of that would be unnecessary losses, unnecessary deaths. So simplistic risk management has no role in earthquake risk management. It has to be on the basis of best practices, best lessons learned from around the world. So who should be concerned about earthquake risk in India? So if you just look at the earthquakes which have which were strong enough to be strongly felt over the last few decades, then this is the map. The dots show the earthquakes which were felt over the last 100 odd years. And you can see that there is almost, and keeping in mind that each of those dots are the epicenters or the locations where the earthquake occurred, and the felt region would be several dozen kilometers around it, or even several hundred kilometers around it, then you can see that you cannot hide in any part of India to say that, okay, now I'm here, so I would be safe against earthquake. This kind of an area does not exist. Quite obviously, there are certain areas where you see many dots. So these are areas which are prone to more earthquakes. So there, obviously, the risk is higher. The other places where the number of earthquakes are less, so the risk is also correspondingly less. And then there are some of these colored larger dots, the larger circles, the red circle and the black circle. And the black circle represent earthquakes which are of magnitude 8 and larger. The red circles represent earthquakes which are magnitude 7 to 8. And these are important because a magnitude 7 earthquake basically means widespread devastation. And magnitude 8 earthquake basically means that even if you were in a building which was considered to be well designed and constructed, meeting all the standards, those buildings are also likely to be very badly damaged and in some cases even collapse. So while having good quality buildings, safe design, safe construction, good maintenance is a prerequisite for earthquake safety, it is not an absolute assurance of earthquake safety because large earthquakes would also cause those buildings to be damaged or collapsed. And then there are a lot of scientific studies which shows that there are parts of India where very large earthquakes are overdue. And those are again areas, so here those are the areas which correspond to the dotted ovals. And these are areas where extremely large earthquakes are more likely to occur in the near future. And near future in the case of earthquake science is always in terms of a few decades, not a few thousand years or longer. So these are areas which are in much more urgent attention. And if earthquakes occur in these oval areas, the kind of earthquakes which are expected, then the damage is going to spread over a distance of a few hundred kilometers around it, not just the limited area where those dots are, but a larger oval which is spread over a few hundred kilometers around it. And I mentioned earlier that because earthquakes occur after very long intervals, so one of the ways in which we can understand what is going to happen in earthquake based on the current situation is to do modeling and do scenarios on the model. And I'm going to show you very quickly the result of one of those scenarios which we carried out along with the National Disaster Management Authority. And this is for an earthquake with epicenter near Mandi. It is let me see if I can put, if you can see the, so it is in this gap or this high risk area. It's somewhere around the center of that is what I'm going to show you. And this is the specific map of the area. We have Himachal Pradesh, we have Punjab, we have Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. And this is where the earthquake on the gap in one of the major earthquake faults has been modeled. It turns out to be actually quite close to both Shimla and Chandigarh, but that is incidental. It's just that this is one of the areas which is in a major fault, which is a major gap. Here, this is the enlarged area of the same map. And this is a slightly smaller scale map, so you can see the surrounding areas better, including all the districts around there. So this is the epicenter for which I'm going to show you the results. And before I show you the result, let me just tell you how the ground shaking is converted into damage. And damage is quantified, or damage is defined in terms of what is known as earthquake intensity. And the intensity scale is defined from 1 to 12, the intensity scale which is in use in India, known as MSK intensity scale. And it has a scale of 1 to 12, where 1 means that almost nobody felt it, and the only very sensitive instruments which pick up. And 12 means that you have large scale landscape change. So, for example, in 1819, there was an earthquake in Gujarat, in Kutch region. And that earthquake was so large that it caused a part of the ground to go up. And there was a river going in that area, and the river got dammed. So the earthquake was so large that the river itself got dammed. The river flow into the sea got disrupted. So that kind of a large earthquake is magnitude 12, which is landscape changes. In the case of the magnitude 8 earthquake, we do not expect that kind of a consequence anywhere. And the strongest shaking which we get in that magnitude 8 earthquake modeling is what is known as intensity 10. And intensity 10 is general destruction of buildings, and which means that even the code compliant buildings, they will suffer irreparable damage, and many of them are going to collapse. And then the next lower level of intensity, if you move slightly further away, would be intensity 9, which is general damage to building, which again means that the buildings which are designed and constructed as per modern standards will suffer extensive damage, but may be repairable, as against irreparable damage in intensity 10. And only some of the well-built buildings will collapse. And obviously, if the buildings are weaker or they do not follow the codes, then they are going to have worse consequences. Then intensity 8 is the destruction of buildings, where most well-built buildings will suffer major damage, but they would be fully repairable. Intensity 7 is the lower ones, where the lower damage levels, and so on. So we, when we did the study, we found that for the earthquake, which is occurring over here, there is a large area around which is going to suffer damage of intensity 9 to 10, which means, which also includes Chandigarh, it includes Shimla, it includes certain parts of Punjab and Haryana, and also certain parts of Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand state. And the key point is, again, to remember, the intensity 9 to 10 means that even if your building is designed and constructed as per the modern standards, there would be quite a few of those buildings which would be irreparable, and there would be some of those buildings which are going to collapse in spite of having followed all these standards and complying with all the regulations. And what it means is that there's nothing called absolute safety in terms of earthquake risk. And also it means that everybody is responsible for their own safety, because notwithstanding any measures you have taken, there is still that risk that you are in buildings which are not going to be able to survive. So, so the risk management, the onus to keep yourself safe, the onus to keep your families, your loved ones, your community safe, is to be shared by between you and the authorities, and cannot be left to the authorities alone, because after all, if something bad happens to you, then, and if you realize that it was unavoidable, then you cannot do anything. But if you know about what is being talked today, then you will realize that it was avoidable, and then that would not be a good situation, that you could do something to save your loved ones, but you didn't. And if we just look at the population densities in the area where the strong shaking is occurring, then we can see that Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Chandigarh, these are all areas with very, very high population density, which means a large number of people are going to be badly affected because of the earthquake. And specifically some data I'm sharing over here. So if you just look at Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, and Chandigarh, then there were 2.3 crore people who are in intensity 9 to 10, and another 3 crore people who are in intensity 8 to 9, and so on. These are mind-boggling numbers, because these are numbers corresponding to full nations which experience large earthquakes. And this is what we'll have to manage in case these earthquakes occur, which are likely to any time over the next 2 decades. And what it means is that if you just keep on waiting for somebody else to do something, then ultimately these are the people who are going to suffer. And that's why they have to also start doing things on their own. So what I was saying was that a large earthquake in India can cause major disaster and adversely affect people, their built environment in the region. And the risk assessment takes into account the impact of the event, the potential damage, the loss, the causes, and also the risk management can be broken down into identifying what are the steps we can take so that the effect of that cause can be reduced. And that is a real disaster risk management. It is not that I will build hospitals to treat 2 crore people who would need hospitalization after an earthquake. That's just impossible and stupid to talk about. It is that if 2 crore people are going to be badly affected, how can we make that to 1 crore in the next 10 years? And how can we make it to 5 lakhs in the next 30 years, and so on? That is what is good disaster risk management. So what all can we do? Now, let me just very quickly touch upon the steps which can be taken and what is the role of that step in overall disaster risk management. So some of these you have come across during the talks of the seminar, and that's why I'll just touch upon these. So broadly, the disaster risk management is defined in terms of a cycle, knowing that the society always is actually lurching from disaster to disaster. So we have an event, then there would be a response phase, there would be a rehabilitation phase of the affected people, there would be a reconstruction phase of again the affected people, there would be a prevention phase to reduce the severity of the disaster, not just for the people in this area but overall. And there would be a mitigation phase also to strengthen ourselves. There would be a preparedness phase, which would be to improve the search and rescue capability, the relief capacity, the medical facilities, and so on. And if it is a kind of disaster which can be for which you can issue alert, like a tsunami or a cyclone and all, then you would also have a phase where you would be able to strengthen and the alert system and be able to give out alerts. And even though these steps are shown as one after the other, actually a lot of them are occurring in parallel. So writing them in bullet forms, these are the 7 steps which I had shown earlier. The response, the rehabilitation, reconstruction, prevention, mitigation, preparedness, and alert. And different disasters, there may be some disaster which have all these phases, while there may be some other disasters which have only a few phases. And we have to recognize this and prepare accordingly. And as I mentioned earlier, that many of the phases may be overlapping and these are not sequentially occurring phases. So let me come down to what my colleagues, my dear colleagues in the university system can do. Because after all, I have been emphasizing, and I emphasize this all the time, saying that we are only as safe as we make ourselves. And that is not just in terms of the small things which we can do, like looking at the traffic before crossing a road, but even big things in terms of how we can make ourselves safer against, say, a disaster like earthquake and so on. So what could be the role of academic institutions? So academic institutions have a very important role in national disaster risk management strategy. And if and when universities develop their disaster risk management plan, then my recommendation is that it needs to recognize distinct groups of people and the requirement differently for each group. So the first and the most important group is what I call as a hyper-local constituents. So these includes the faculty, the staff, the students who are on premises when the disasters occur. So if you are in your office, if you're in your lab, if you're in your classroom, if staff, students, and others are in over there, what is the responsibility and obligation of the university? That is the hyper-local disaster risk management. Then the next is what I call as a proximate constituent. So these includes the families of faculty, staff, and students, the families of the hyperlocal constituents. It also includes areas adjacent to the campuses, even though those people may have nothing to do with the running of the university itself, but they are still constituting proximate constituents. And then the third is the other stakeholders, which are the larger constituents, the government, and any else. So academic institutions, the universities, they need several disaster risk management plans for different types of disasters. And in each plan, there have to be separate sections for each constituent, separate for hyperlocal, separate for others. So the kinds of disasters should take into account whether it's a localized disaster or it is with widespread impact. If it's very localized, you would be able to get assistance from neighborhood areas. If it is widespread, then pretty much everybody is trying to scourge around for resources, and mutual assistance would be less available. Then also whether it is sudden onset or it's a slow onset like COVID-19. Then whether it's with or without warning. Now just think about it. Is COVID-19 with warning or without warning? That would be an interesting debate. And whether it affects the people's safety or it is only limited to asset damage. So this again, in the context of COVID-19, is raising a lot of interesting debate in international forum. That how much of COVID-19 impact is on people's health and safety, and how much of it is on economic impact, and how do you weigh the two and balance the two? And these all have critical, and these are not just academic discussion, these all have critical implications in terms of what are our priorities in managing the disaster. And generally what happens is that universities develop a single comprehensive plan, and then all the above ones I have told you about are the sub-plans which are applicable to different situations. So as I mentioned earlier, the minimum objective of a university's disaster risk management plan is to ensure safety of the hyperlocal constituents. And other objectives, so after you have taken care of the hyperlocal constituents, the other objectives, and this is the order of priority actually, is to protect the constituents' assets, then having done reasonably well about it, to minimize the burden on the government after a disaster, so to what extent the university can take care of itself, then to ensure the safety of the proximate constituents, then to protect the assets of the proximate constituents, and after that, to contribute to the capacity of the nation and stakeholders as a whole. So safety of the hyperlocal constituents is not negotiable. The very least what a university disaster risk management plan should do is to keep you safe so that you are capable of contributing to the efforts after that. The plan should consider the expected consequences, and it should obviously be based on the government guidelines. You should comply with the government guidelines. It should consider past experiences in the country, should consider past experiences which are relevant from other countries, should be based on expert knowledge and not just be on intuitive understanding. And as I have mentioned earlier, that it's very important to understand the expected consequences, so that based on the understanding of the causes of those consequences, the disaster management plan may try to address them. And which also means that as the knowledge improves, we have to have a way in which the plans also improves. There has to be a review process. And the plan, so I'm just giving you basically what is done at responsible universities around the world, that the plans has many sections, should have a vision, should have an objective, should have a policy and strategy, should come from the top. The university having a commitment that I want to keep my hyperlocal constituents safe. Then it should formally involve in developing and implementing the plans. Then the legal, institutional, and administrative framework. It should not simply impose responsibility on people who do not have the authority to take that responsibility. So the institutional and administrative framework becomes very important, and of course the legal framework, because you're talking about the issues of public safety. Then the resources required for implementation, then the details of the activities, then the coordination mechanism of how different people or different units are going to work together. And then you have to practice it through mock drills. And then the feedback mechanism to learn from experience. And the revision has to have periodicity. Otherwise, it will never be revised. And also in the context of university, while the disaster risk management plans should preferably include all phases of activity, some of them are more important. So the ones I have shown in blue are the minimum requirement for a university disaster risk management plan. It should have a response plan, including relief plan. It should have prevention. mitigation and preparedness as important components. Others as and when you are capable of addressing. And obviously, these are the highest priority, not on a government plans where all of them are highest priority, but in the context of what the university should do. And how do you go about doing all of this is actually not like shooting arrows in dark. Large number of resources are available, which actually provide you with a step-by-step procedure to do this. And I'm showing over here only some of these resources. There is a Federal Emergency Management Agency from US. They have guidelines number 443, which is specifically focused on how to make universities disaster resilient, not what the government should do, but what the university should do themselves. And then we have another guideline from Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is Guide to Developing High Quality Emergency Operation Plans for Institutions of Higher Education. And then US Department of Education has another guideline in 2009, which is Action Guide for Emergency Management and Institution of Higher Education. And then our own National Disaster Management Agency has very recently issued a draft guideline on community-based disaster risk reduction, which also has a component of what the universities can do. So all the points I have mentioned that what should be included, how you go about including are described over here. So if the SOPs are there, somebody can just open it, go page by page and make their university safer. So the key point is that we need to incorporate the factor described in today's talk. We have to understand that there's nothing called absolute safety, at least in the case of earthquake. We have to understand that it doesn't matter how well equipped the government around us is, the scale of disaster in the event of an earthquake is so large that the government is not going to be able to reach everybody. So if people are prepared and people have resources to manage themselves, not only are they reducing the burden on the government, but they're also ensuring that they and their proximate communities, that they come out better compared to if they didn't do it. So in terms of the recommendations I want to make is that the observation is that universities in India in general have not yet reached the maturity level to develop these disaster risk management plans. They actually have to be forced through, and not by some higher authority forcing it, but by the people whose lives are at risk, putting in the right kind of recommendations, saying that we want to do so that we can be safer, and please allow us to do that. And some of the institutions I have seen, some of the universities have shared that they have prepared preliminary emergency management plans, and that's actually really great that they have done that. But their numbers I can count on my fingertips. And even at the government level, disaster risk management policies have not yet been specified either by the regulators like UGC and AICTE or by the Department of Education. And which basically means that the universities are free to take the initial steps. And I say that the very first thing the university can do, and we have had so many vice chancellors who have addressed in this particular training program, and maybe this is the message which can be taken to them, that each of these universities, can you form a disaster risk management committee first, consisting not a top-down committee, but a committee which is both top-down and bottom-up. So there should be participation from hyper-local constituents and not just be an administrative committee. And this particular committee should then articulate what is the disaster risk management policy for the university, and also prepare the framework based on which the plan can be prepared. So what can faculty members do? First of all, we have to keep in mind, again, I'll reiterate, that the university disaster risk management plan is not a top-down endeavor, for the simple reason that the people who need to be made safe are also not top-down. They are all of us. So it is equally our responsibility to ensure that our university is safer. And in most of the successful countries where these have been done well, it is always a combination of bottom-up and top-down. So the university leadership has to be enthusiastic. To keep the university safe. That is quite obvious. But just because the leadership, the vice chancellors and registrar and others are wanting to make the university safe, doesn't mean that it will become safe. That requires active contribution from everybody else, and faculty members have a key role to play. And the reason is that why the faculty members have key role to play is that because they're not just teaching staff. So you are the brain tank of your university. You are the knowledge base of your university. That's why you are attending this kind of a program, because you are the ones who are going to drive the change. And also you are the role model to the students. You are the role models to the proximate community. If you start doing things which will make it obvious to everybody in the university that you are trying to make them safer, you can get cooperation and participation far more easily than anybody else. And also, anytime you switch on the TV and you have you see the discussions going on in the news channel on any complicated topic, you'll always find that the panelists include a large number of people from various universities. So you have the ability to influence much broader society, not just the students in your classroom or the family members at your home. So if you're going to make yourself safer, you can carry this message and motivate a very large number of people in the broader society to also try to become safe. And which means that finally, I would like to say the faculty members have to take the lead. And one of the first steps you have to do is when you go back to your offices or when you have meetings with your colleagues, with your administration, then start this process saying that, okay, now we know where we are and we know that we can do things, and we have the step-by-step instructions of how other universities have done, and we also want to do the same way. So let us do something about it. So I would like to thank all of you and all the very best. And keep in mind that you should be safe now and you should try to become safer in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Earthquake can cause large economic and human losses and represent a serious impediment to socio-economic development, creation of jobs, and availability of funds for poverty reduction initiative. Earthquake hazard and risk assessment are fundamental tools for developing risk reduction measures. This process involves collecting catalogs and fault data, developing seismogenic models, selecting ground motion prediction equation, creating exposure model, and driving sets of fragility or vulnerability functions. Combining these components for assessing earthquake hazard and risk requires complex software packages, some of which are currently publicly available. Several examples around the world have demonstrated how earthquake hazard and risk information can be used to develop risk reduction measures and ultimately mitigate the adverse effects of earthquake. Sir, there are some questions for you.
Sure.
So first question is, unsafe building practices in rapidly growing urban settlements constitute one of India's greatest challenges for earthquake disaster management. What can be done to reduce such activities?
One of the things which we have found is that the techno-legal regime, which is used to regulate construction activities in the urban areas, and in fact even the rural areas, so they leave a lot to be desired. And this has to be handled at a policy level, at a program level by the government. So the government of India, as well as the state governments, are working on mechanisms to strengthen the compliance with the standards. So unless we have that kind of compliance mechanism, it is very difficult for individuals. Lakhs of new buildings are constructed every year in India. It's very difficult at individual levels, at a construction to construction level, to do things which can make a big difference.
Thank you. Is there any country that is dealing in earthquake management from learn?
So what we can do is also dependent on how much resources we are willing to commit for it. So this becomes a complicated task, because anytime we devote money for any activity, it is by taking money from another activity. Good examples can be seen from countries like Japan, from countries like Indonesia, from countries like Philippines, which have said that human lives are not to be lost if it could be prevented. So the focus is that human life is invaluable and I cannot put a cost to it. So I have to take steps to save human life from disasters. And they have done incredible amount of work and shown to the world at large that cost-effective ways steps can be taken to reduce human life because of disasters. So Indonesia, Philippines, and Japan, I think, are three very good examples for India.
Thank you very much, sir. Now moving ahead to our last presentation, we have with us Sri Rajendra Singh. Sri Rajendra Singh is an water conservationist and environmentalist from Alwar district, Rajasthan in India, also known as Waterman of India. He won the Magsaysay Award Water Prize in 2015. He runs an NGO called Tarun Bharat Sangh, which was founded in 1975. He is one of the members of the National Ganga River Basin Authority, which was set up in 2009 by the Government of India as an empowered planning, financing, monitoring and coordinating authority for the Ganges. With these words, I would like to pass on stage to Sri Rajendra Singh ji. Over to you, sir.
Rajiv ma'am, Rajendra sir is not there. I have just contacted.
Yeah, now he joined us. Balaji, please make him presenter, Waterman of India.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay.
Waterman of India.
You are not audible.
Hello.
Now, sir, it's clear. अब आ रही है सर आपकी आवाज. सर आपकी वीडियो नहीं आ रही. हाँ जी सर, लेकिन वीडियो नहीं आ रही सर.
क्यों नहीं आ रही है?
हाँ जी सर, अब आ गई सर. हाँ जी सर. हाँ जी सर, आपका मैंने इंट्रोडक्शन दे दिया है. अब आप अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू कर सकते हैं सर.
प्रेजेंटेशन करनी है कि मुझे बातचीत करनी है?
सर एज यू विश. सर आपके पास 45 मिनट्स है. 45 मिनट हैं सर.
मैं शुरू करता हूँ. प्रेजेंटेशन शायद आपको भेजा नहीं है अभी तक. आपके पास पहले से तो होगा, लेकिन ठीक है. देखिए, मैं ये जो डेवलपमेंट का डिजास्टर है, वहां से अपनी बातचीत शुरू करता हूँ. भारत को आजादी मिल रही थी. भारत के जो पुराने राजा थे, खासकर हमारे राजस्थान में, उन राजाओं को ये लगने लगा था कि अब उनकी जो प्रॉपर्टीज हैं, जो फॉरेस्ट हैं, उनकी जो कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी है, उनकी रथक बनी, देव बनी, देव जो भी उनके काकड़ बनी, ये सब अब नेशनलाइज. तो जो ये जंगल थे, इससे पहले ही जब हमारे देश में आज़ादी का आंदोलन चल रहा था, तभी ये जंगल कटने तेजी से शुरू हुए और हमारा इलाका एक तरह से वीरान हो गया। और जैसे ही जंगल वीरान हो गई और फिर वो बारिश होती थी तो सारा पानी बह जाता था, नहीं होते थे। तो एक तरह से लोग बेपानी होकर, लाचार, बेकार और बीमार होकर अपना गांव छोड़कर शहरों की तरफ, और उस काल में माल न्यूट्रिशन के इस इलाके में नाइट ब्लाइंडनेस, रतौंधी नाम की बीमारी बहुत तेजी से फैल गई। मैं चूंकि उस वक्त आयुर्वेद का डॉक्टर था, वैद्य था, तो मैंने ये जो नाइट ब्लाइंडनेस है इसका इलाज करना शुरू किया और बहुत सारे स्त्री पुरुष जो बूढ़े लोग थे वो ठीक होने लगे। उनमें से एक बूढ़े आदमी ने कहा कि राजेंद्र भाई, हमारा गांव और हमारी धरती ये सब वीरान हो गई है। हमारे गांव में सब जवान लोग उजड़ कर चले गए हैं और धरती में अब उत्पादन करने की क्षमता नहीं बची है, वीरान है। तो आप कुछ ऐसा करिए जिससे धरती हरी भरी हो जाए, बजाय आदमियों का इलाज करने के आप धरती का इलाज करिए। तो उस आदमी ने, मांगू काका उसका नाम था, मांगू काका ने मुझे जल संरक्षण का काम करने का आग्रह किया और मैंने वो काम करना शुरू किया। उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि हम धीरे धीरे सबसे पहले धरती के अंदर के जो अंडरग्राउंड एक्वीफर्स हैं उन एक्वीफर्स को समझने की कोशिश की। एक दिन में उन्होंने जियो हाइड्रोलॉजी में मेरी पीएचडी कंप्लीट कर दी और मुझे सिखा दिया 25 सूखे कुओं में नीचे डालकर कि देखो धरती का पेट कैसा होता है, और जब पानी धरती के पेट में जाता है बारिश का तो फिर एवोपरेशन लॉस नहीं होता, और वो एवोपरेशन लॉस रुक जाता है, सूरज की चोरी रुक जाती है, तो हम लोग पानीदार बन जाते हैं, हमारे पास पानी रहता है। हर साल बादल इतना पानी लेके आते हैं जो कि हमें पीने के लिए, जीने के लिए पर्याप्त है। लेकिन वो अब पानी रूट कर ही, बादल भी रूट कर आने लगे हैं क्योंकि धरती वीरान हो गई है। मैं जिस काल में उस इलाके में काम करने गया था तब एक तरह का बेपानी होकर लोग उजड़े हुए थे और उसको मैंने डेवलपमेंट का डिजास्टर कहा कि ये डेवलपमेंट के नाम पर हमने जो उस इंजीनियरिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी में केवल मैक्सिमम यूज ऑफ नेचुरल रिसोर्स, उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट करने की, उसको एक्सप्लॉइट करने की इंजीनियरिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी ही पढ़ी और नेचर के नरिशमेंट की टेक्नोलॉजी हम लोग भूल गए। हम लोग जो इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम का हिस्सा था, जो ज्ञान, वो हमारे यहाँ से निकल गया। इसलिए एक तरह से एक्सट्रैक्शन की, पॉल्यूशन की और एनक्रोचमेंट की जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन थी वो हमें ज्यादा समझ में आने लगी, हम उससे ज्यादा प्रेरित और प्रभावित होने लगे, और जो हमारा भारतीय आस्था और पर्यावरणीय रक्षा का जो संबंध था वो टूट गया। और जब वो संबंध टूटना शुरू हुआ तब हमारे गांव उजड़ने शुरू हुए। इसलिए हमने गांव कैसे वापस आए और गांव की जो सेल्फ रिलायंस है वो कैसे हो, तो उसके लिए धरती को हरी भरी बनाने का काम, और धरती पे बरसने वाला पानी दौड़कर नीचे ना जाए, धरती पर बरसने वाला पानी मिट्टी की नमी बन जाए और मिट्टी की नमी बन के मिट्टी में हरियाली आए। आप जानते हैं कि जैसे को बुखार चढ़ता है तो हम मेडिसिन लेते हैं, पैरासीटामोल लेते हैं और फिर पानी की पट्टी अपने सिर पर रखते हैं और फिर रेस्ट करते हैं, आराम करते हैं। ठीक ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का जो डिजास्टर है और क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो डिजास्टर है, उस डिजास्टर का भी यही रास्ता है। जब मिट्टी में मॉइस्चर होता है और उसको प्रोटेक्शन और कंजर्वेशन मिलती है तो उस मिट्टी में से जो हरियाली निकलती है वो फिर एटमॉस्फेयर में से कार्बन का सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन करके जो धरती को बुखार चढ़ा है उसको ठीक करती है और बिगड़े हुए मौसम के मिजाज को सुधारती है। दोस्तों, हमने पिछले 37 सालों में, वैसे तो मैं 45 सालों से इस सामाजिक काम में हूँ, लेकिन पिछले 37 सालों से केवल धरती माता का इलाज करता हूँ, लोगों का इलाज नहीं करता। और धरती के इलाज में धरती के ऊपर हरियाली बढ़ाने का काम और धरती के ऊपर पानी लाके धरती को उत्पादक बनाने का काम हम लोग कर रहे हैं। उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि जो गांव डिस्प्लेस्ड हो गए थे, जो गांव हमारे डिजास्टर के भोगी हो गए थे, वो गांव दोबारा से अपने आप अपने काम से बसने लगे। और हमारे इलाके की रतौंधी जो नाइट ब्लाइंडनेस थी वो गायब हो गई, क्योंकि लोगों को पोषण होने लगा। जैसे ही धरती का पोषण होता है, जैसे ही नेचर का नरिशमेंट होता है, वैसे ही ह्यूमन की नरिशमेंट स्टार्ट हो जाती है। तो हमने प्रकृति को पुनर्जीवित करने का काम और मानवता को पुनर्जीवित करने का काम साथ साथ किया। आप जानते हैं कि हम लोग जो भारतीय लोग हैं वो रिबर्थ में बिलीव करते हैं। तो वो जो रिबर्थ है वो केवल ह्यूमन की रिबर्थ नहीं, नेचर की भी रिबर्थ होती है, नेचर का भी रिजुविनेशन होता है। आस्था थी जो जिसे भगवान कहते हैं, वैसे भूमि, जैसे गगन, वैसे वायु, ऐसे अग्नि और वैसे नीर, ये जो हमारे पंच महाभूत थे, उनको रिजुवेट करने का काम, उनको पुनर्जीवित करने का काम हमने पानी के काम से शुरू किया। क्योंकि पानी जो है वो बिगनिंग है, बिगनिंग ऑफ नेचर। जो पानी है वो इस पूरे प्लेनेट को जोड़ता है, तोड़ता नहीं है, जबकि दूसरी चीजें तोड़ती हैं, लेकिन पानी जोड़ता है। इसलिए हमने पानी से काम शुरू किया। हमने कोई बाहरी इंजीनियरिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी कभी काम में नहीं दी। जो भी कुछ ज्ञान हमारे लोकल लोगों सीख समझकर जल के संरक्षण का उपयोग करके और धरती को हरी भरी बनाने का काम किया, जिसके कारण रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हुआ। और उस रिवर्स माइग्रेशन में जो हमारी रूरल इकोनॉमी है और रूरल रेजिलियंस है, उसको एम्पावर्ड किया। लोगों की जो खेती बेपानी होकर बीमार होकर उजड़ कर चले गए थे, जिनके पास कोई रोजगार नहीं था, वो फिर अपने पानी के काम दोबारा से लग गए, खेती करने लगे, गाय भैंस बकरी दूध का काम हो गया। तो मेरा कहना ये है कि भारतीय जो नॉलेज सिस्टम है, भारतीय जो ज्ञान तंत्र है, उसमें नेचर के प्रति एक बहुत गहरी आस्था और एक बहुत गहरा विश्वास है। और उस आस्था और विश्वास को हम यदि तोड़ेंगे तो जो हमारी नेचर है उसका मॉडर्न डिजास्टर है। ये जो मॉडर्न डिजास्टर है वो बढ़ता ड्राउट, और हमारे देश में आजादी के वक्त जितनी जमीन पर 10 टाइम फोल्ड मोर ड्राउट है और 8 टाइम फोल्ड मोर फ्लड। इसलिए हम अपने देश को यदि देखें तो ड्राउट और फ्लड दोनों बढ़ गए हैं। और उनके बढ़ने के कारण हम के कारण इस तरह से ये देख रहे हैं कि इंडिया का जो ड्राउट का के कारण वाटर स्केर्सिटी और उसके कारण सरप्लस वाटर दोनों डिजास्टर है। वाटर की स्केर्सिटी भी और वाटर का सरप्लस भी डिजास्टर होते हैं। हम इस डिजास्टर को कैसे सॉल्यूशन में बदल सकते हैं, उसको बदलने कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड वे में उसका मैनेजमेंट करना होगा। ड्रिवन मैनेजमेंट करेंगे तो फिर हम पानीदार बन सकते हैं। भारत को ग्लोबल वार्मिंग और क्लाइमेट चेंज और वाटर स्केर्सिटी के सॉल्यूशन एक्सप्लोर करने हैं। तो ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है, ये एक तरह की मॉडर्न डेवलपमेंट की डिजास्टर है। इस मॉडर्न डेवलपमेंट के डिजास्टर को हम ट्रेडिशनल तरीके से, हम इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम से और इंडियन विजडम से कैसे ठीक कर सकते हैं, इसका एक एक्सपीरियंस मैं जल्दी से आपके सामने प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूँ। तरुण भारत संघ का, तरुण भारत संघ ने पिछले 37 सालों में जिस तरह से पानी का काम किया, और तरुण भारत संघ का जो दुनिया का अनुभव है, आप जानते हैं कि इस वक्त जो अफ्रीका से और सेंट्रल वेस्टर्न एशियन कंट्रीज के लोग डिस्प्लेस्ड होकर यूरोप जा रहे हैं, वो यूरोपियन उन सबको एक तरह से क्लाइमेटिक रिफ्यूजी कहते हैं। और जब अफ्रीकन को यूरोपियन क्लाइमेटिक रिफ्यूजी कहते हैं तो उनके बीच बराबर टेंशन बढ़ती। हेलो
हेलो सर। हाँ जी सर, आ रही है सर।
मेरी आवाज आ रही है पूरी?
बीच में रुक गई थी सर, अभी आ रही।
तो मैं यही कह रहा था कि ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का और वाटर स्केर्सिटी और सरप्लस वाटर का जो डिजास्टर है, इस डिजास्टर के सॉल्यूशन, यदि इस डिजास्टर का, तो इंडिया कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट कैसे हो सकता है। एक्सपीरियंस मैं तरुण भारत संघ के पिछले 37 सालों के काम से आपके सामने शेयर कर रहा हूँ। ये जो एक्सपीरियंस है ये बताता है कि जब लोग उजड़ गए तब वो एक लाचार, बेकार और बीमार थे। जब उनके अंदर ये रियलाइजेशन आया कि वो खुद पानीदार बन सकते हैं और धरती को हरी भरी कर सकते हैं, यदि कॉन्फिडेंस हम लोगों के साथ रिसोर्स मैपिंग करके और वाटर कंजर्वेशन के डिफरेंट तरीके के काम करके शुरू किया। मैं आपको इतना बता दूं कि हमने पिछले 37 सालों में 11,800 से ज्यादा वाटर बॉडीज क्रिएट की हैं, और ये 10,600 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जमीन पर हैं। ये करीब 7-8 जिलों का पार्टली हिस्सा है। हमने किसी भी जिले को कंप्लीट नहीं किया। जहां जहां ये प्रॉब्लम थी उन्हीं इलाकों में ये काम किया। इसलिए ये जो काम है, अलवर, करौली, सवाई माधोपुर, दौसा और धौलपुर, जयपुर, ये जो जहां भी ये प्रॉब्लमेटिक था और एक तरह की एग्रो जोन थी, उसी जोन को हमने ट्री रेगुलेट करने का काम किया। उसमें हम बांध बनाए, जोहर, और मिट्टी और पानी इनको ठीक से, दोनों की ठीक से दोस्ती कराई। ये दोनों अलग अलग होकर बह जाते थे, इरोजन होता था, तो एक तरह से इरोजन और डीसिल्टिंग की प्रॉब्लम थी, उसको हमने वाटर बॉडीज क्रिएट करके रिजॉल्व किया। और फिर एक तरह से जब पानी आ गया, लोग वापस आ गए, तो फिर ये वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप ग्रो करने के लिए तो हमने उस पर रोक लगाई और एक तरह से क्रॉप पैटर्न को रेन पैटर्न के साथ जोड़ने का काम किया, क्योंकि पानी हम लोग अपनी खेती में खर्च करते हैं। जितने पानी में हम अब खर्च करके पैदावार करते हैं, मैं समझता हूँ 40% पानी खर्च करके हम उससे ज्यादा पैदावार कर सकते हैं। तो एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर, जल उपयोग दक्षता बढ़ाने का एक वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट लोगों ने खड़ा किया। तो एक है वन हैंड वाटर कंजर्वेशन, creation of water bodies, and second hand skill development in efficient use of वाटर लिटरेसी का मूवमेंट खड़ा किया। उसके परिणाम स्वरूप हमारी पिछले 37 सालों में 12 नदियां रेजुलेट हुई, 12 रिवर्स। 2 रिवर हमने महाराष्ट्र में रेजुलेट, एक महाकाल का नाम है अग्रणी और एक ईचन हल्ला कर्नाटक, और 9 नदियां हमने राजस्थान में। हमारा पानी का काम था। इस पानी के काम से हमारी धरती, हमारी प्रकृति और हमारी नदियां, जिसको मैं कहता हूं हमारी नीर नारी नदी, नीर माने वाटर, नारी माने नेचर, वुमन, और ये सब हमारी नारी नेचर, और नदी रिवर। तो रिवर और नेचर और वाटर, इनका रेस्पेक्ट बढ़ा और इस रेस्पेक्ट का परिणाम ये हुआ कि लोगों में रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम अपना काम खुद अपने आप कर सकते हैं। और फिर एक बड़ी मूवमेंट हमारे इलाके में खड़ी हुई और फिर रिवर पार्लियामेंट बनी और रिवर पार्लियामेंट ने अपने रूल रेगुलेशन और अपने दस्तूर बनाए। उन दस्तूरों में कम पानी में कैसे ज्यादा पैदावार करें, ये काम पिछले 37 वर्ष परिणाम स्वरूप, जो पहले जब मैंने काम शुरू किया था तब हमारे इलाके की औरतें एक गीत गाती थी, क्या बादल तो आते हैं हर साल पर बरसते नहीं है वो, मैं नहीं जानती। जिस दिन से बादल शुरू किया उस दिन बेटा और बहू भी रूठ गए, चले गए, और मेरा खेत सब बेपानी हो गए, धरती वीरान हो गई। मालूम नहीं कि मेरा बुढ़ापा कैसे गुजरेगा। 37 साल के बाद अब वहां की जो औरतें हैं एक दूसरा गीत गाती हैं। क्या गाती हैं? अब बादल आते हैं मेरे गांव में, बरसते हैं वो, जब बरसता है पानी मेरे खेत में तो मेरा कुआं बनता है पानीदार, जिससे मैं जीवन भर चलाती हूँ अपना घर परिवार और खेती। मेरे जीवन में आई है हरियाली और इस हरियाली से मेरे परिवार में छाई है खुशहाली। ये जो अपने गीत, ये मेरे गीत नहीं, इनके अपने गीत। इन गीतों में भी बदलाव आया कि कैसे पानी से हरियाली आती है और हरियाली से खुशहाली आती है, जिसको मॉडर्न लैंग्वेज में हम इंडेक्स ऑफ हैप्पीनेस कहते हैं, वो ऊपर जाता है। ये हमारे प्रॉफिट इकोनॉमिक कंपटीशन में कुछ करेंसी ज्यादा आ जाती है बस, लेकिन जब आप नेचर के साथ विद लव एंड रेस्पेक्ट ऑफ नेचर काम करते हैं तो फिर जीवन में एक अलग तरह की हैप्पीनेस आती है, एक आनंद आता है, खुशहाली आता है, और नेचर का असर वो भी कम हो जाता है। दोस्तों, मैं आप सबको इतना बताना चाहता हूँ, मेरे शिक्षक मित्रों, आप अपने बच्चों को सही में इस नेचर के साथ लेने और देने के रिश्ते, इस नेचर ने जिसने हमें बनाया है उसके साथ हमारा कैसा रिश्ता होना चाहिए, और वो रिश्ता यदि हमारा ठीक होगा तो ये जो डिजास्टर फ्लड कम से कम हम इसको रोक पाएंगे। ये जो ड्राउट है ये ह्यूमन के ब्रेन का ड्राउट है, और ये फ्लड है ये भी ह्यूमन ब्रेन का फ्लड है। एक तरह से ये जो ड्राउट है ये मैन मेड है, नेचर मेड कम है। इसलिए हम इस मैन मेड डिजास्टर से यदि बचना चाहते हैं तो फिर हमें नेचर के साथ एक सम्मानजनक दोस्ताना करना होगा। यदि हम वो सम्मानजनक दोस्ताना करेंगे तो फिर हम एक तरह से इन डिजास्टर्स को होने से रोक सकेंगे। डिजास्टर्स को रोकने का एकमात्र रास्ता है कि हमारे लोभ और लालच की जगह हम सुख, जिसको अंग्रेजी में हेल्थ, वाटर, क्लाइमेट सिक्योरिटी कहते हैं, जब हमारे जीवन में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ती है, क्लाइमेट की, हेल्थ की, और जो हमारे फूड की, जब ये सब सिक्योरिटी आती है तो हमारे जीवन में तरह का आनंद आता है। लेकिन जब इकोनॉमिक कंपटीशन में हमारा प्रॉफिट का लालच बहुत बढ़ जाता है और हम केवल प्रॉफिट 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 के बारे में ही सोचने लगते हैं, तब हमारी इकोनॉमी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो बढ़ता जाता है। वो तो हम कितना भी बढ़ा सकते हैं, लेकिन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही सब कुछ नहीं होगा। हमें हमारे जीवन में एक आनंद भी जरूरी है। हमारे जीवन में उसको हम अपने जीवन में रखेंगे तो हमारा जीवन की सुख समृद्धि तो खत्म हो रहा है टाइम। अब क्या पेन ड्राइव करेंगे तो पहले से क्यों, आपको प्रेजेंटेशन का टाइम ही खत्म हो गया, इतनी देर बाद तुम मुझसे कैसे होगा? तो तुम इनसे पहले बात करते ना कि मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन है कि नहीं इनके पास में। मैं सोचा इनको दे दिया होगा तुमने। भाई प्रेजेंटेशन तो आज संभव नहीं हो रहा है, मैं बातचीत ही करूंगा।
कोई नहीं सर, कोई नहीं सर,
क्योंकि मुझे आज मेरा वो पुराना असिस्टेंट यहाँ नहीं है, अब ये नया आया, इसने वो सब किया नहीं, तुम्हें दिया नहीं, या तुम्हारे पास वैसे होना चाहिए था। एनआईडी के पास पिछली बार मैंने दिया था कि कैसे क्लाइमेट बदलता है। अपने क्लाइमेट चेंज को, ये जो नेचर में एग्रीकल्चर अडेप्टेशन करके हमारा जो टेम्परेचर है उसको कैसे कम किया और कैसे कम हुआ, उसका एक मैं बस उदाहरण आपको बताता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ तौर पर यदि हम देखें तो रेन शैडो रीजन था, इसलिए जो हीट है वो क्लाउड्स को ऊपर उठा देती थी और अर्थ और क्लाउड के बीच में डिस्टेंस में गर्म हवाएं चलती थी, तो वो गर्म हवाएं अभी जब से हम लोगों ने ये पानी का काम किया, उस पानी के काम से जमीन पर हरियाली बढ़ी, खेती भी बढ़ी, उसके कारण ह्यूमिडिटी आर्द्रता बढ़ गई और उस आर्द्रता के कारण एक तरह से माइक्रो फॉर्मेशन शुरू हुआ। इस माइक्रो क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन ने क्लाउड्स को, मैक्रो क्लाउड्स को, अरेबियन सी से आते हैं, शुरू किया। उसके परिणाम स्वरूप हमारे यहाँ अच्छी बारिश होने लगी। और तो अब मैं आपसे इतना बता दूं कि हमारे इलाके में 3 फसलें होने लगी हैं। और ये जो इनको हमने कम पानी में कैसे पैदा करें, उसके लिए माइक्रो इरिगेशन, ड्रिप, स्प्रिंकलर और कई तरह के कम पानी के उपयोग के तरीके, और उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि फसलों को हमने अपने यहाँ का जो उस डाइवर्सिटी को समझकर करके हमने क्रॉप पैटर्न है, इसको काम में लेने के लिए हमारे जो रिवर पार्लियामेंट है, उस रिवर पार्लियामेंट ने अपने दस्तूर बनाए। हमारी जो खेती है वो इस तरह की खेती जिससे कि कम पानी में ये फसलें पैदा। तो आप हमारे भविष्य को बनाने वाले हैं। हमारे भविष्य में जो यंग जनरेशन उसको यदि से जीना नहीं सिखाएंगे, इस नेचर दोस्ती करके रिश्तों को ठीक सिखाएंगे, तो फिर वो बड़े होने के बाद कि हमारे शिक्षकों ने जब दौर नहीं सिखाया। इसलिए मैं सब शिक्षक मित्रों से 3 बातें कहना चाहता हूँ। नए तरह के बदलाव की जरूरत है। वो जो बदलाव है, वो बदलाव हम मानव का नेचर के साथ वो पोषण होना चाहिए बजाय शोषण के। पढ़ा रहे हो वो शोषण करने वाली शिक्षा है। वो प्रकृति से हम कैसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा अर्थ पूरा करने के लिए अपना उत्पादन, हम केवल इस पर फोकस करते हैं अपनी मॉडर्न एजुकेशन में, क्योंकि हमारी जो मॉडर्न है वो प्रॉफिट चक्कर में फंस गई है। और जब प्रॉफिट और पैकेज होता है तब हमारा इकोनॉमिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ता चला जाता है और जो हमारा स्ट्रक्चर है वो खत्म हो जाता है, वो घटता जाता है। और जब सिक्योरिटी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर घटता है तो हमारी बीमारियां बढ़ती हैं, हमारे बीमारी पे फिर दोबारा से खर्चे बढ़ते हैं। इसलिए हम जिसे आजकल जीडीपी कहते हैं, हमें उस जीडीपी से अलग तरह का प्रकृति और मानवता पोषण का उत्पादन करना होगा। यदि हमें सकल उत्पादन बढ़ाना है तो फिर पोषण करने वाला उत्पादन हमारे मॉडर्न जीडीपी की डेफिनेशन में आना चाहिए। ये जो हमारी आज की जीडीपी है वो जीडीपी बढ़ और ज्यादा से ज्यादा बड़ी कंपनियों की दवाई खरीदते हैं क्योंकि उसमें पैसे का बड़ा लेन देन होता है। तो और खर्च करना ये जीडीपी का इंडिकेटर है। इसलिए हमें ये जो मॉडर्न जीडीपी है, इस मॉडर्न जीडीपी से बचकर एक नेचुरल जीडीपी बढ़ानी चाहिए। और वो जो नेचुरल जीडीपी है वो जिस तरीके से हमारे इलाके में बढ़ी, नेचुरल हमारे इलाके में बीमारियां कम हुई, हमारे इलाके में जो पहले कुपोषण के कारण बहुत बीमारियां होती थी घट गई पोषण के कारण। हमारे इलाके में जो माइग्रेशन था वो बदल गया। हमारी जो सूखी मरी हुई नदियां थी और उन नदियों से दूर से पानी लाना पड़ता था, कुओं से, नदियों से, तालाबों से, तो हमारे यहाँ की जो वुमेन ड्रेजरी थी वो बहुत ज्यादा थी। तो हमारी वुमेन ड्रेजरी रिड्यूस हुई, और ये जो वुमेन ड्रेजरी रिड्यूस हुई उसमें से हमारा जो मॉडर्न कॉमन फ्यूचर है उसको बेहतर बनाने वाली नेक्स्ट जनरेशन स्वस्थ होकर ये काम करे, उसके लिए लोगों ने अपने अलग अलग तरीके के काम शुरू किए। पानी का काम शुरू किया, पानी ने क्लाइमेट सिक्योरिटी प्रदान की, फूड सिक्योरिटी प्रदान की, वाटर सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर की। तो जब हमारे यहाँ क्लाइमेट, फूड, वाटर सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर हुई तो हमारे इलाके के लोगों ने फिर दूसरी जगह भी जगह जगह जाकर इसी तरह का काम, कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड वाटर मैनेजमेंट का मॉडल बना के उनको सिखाने का काम शुरू किया। इसलिए मेरा कहना यही है कि यदि अपना फ्यूचर बेहतर बनाना चाहते हैं, अपना कॉमन फ्यूचर बेहतर बनाना चाहते हैं, तो फिर टीचर्स का रोल सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। टीचर्स हमारी जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है उसको डिजास्टर से बचाने के लिए प्रकृति क्या, प्रकृति की साथ समाज और प्रकृति से जितना हम लेते हैं उसको वापस देने का काम शुरू करना चाहिए। ये बच्चे लोग कैसे सीखें? बच्चे यदि इसे सीखेंगे तो फिर जो दूसरे डिजास्टर, उन दूसरे डिजास्टर के मैनेजमेंट में भी हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। अभी जब तक हम इस डेवलपमेंट के डिजास्टर को रोकेंगे नहीं, तब तक हम नेचर के डिजास्टर का मैनेजमेंट करना और नेचर के डिजास्टर को रोकना समाज की तैयारी के बिना संभव नहीं। समाज की तैयारी हमें यदि करनी है तो फिर हमें मॉडर्न क्लाइमेटिक और लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम शुरू करना होगा। दोस्तों, मैं आपको इतना बता दूं कि वर्ष 2015 से पहले क्लाइमेट का डिजास्टर है, क्लाइमेट चेंज का, पानी को इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्टर नहीं माना जाता, केवल ओजोन लेयर, गैस, इसकी बात होती। हमने पेरिस एग्रीमेंट के वक्त 2015 में भारत के 30 लोग और पूरी दुनिया से 65,000 लोगों ने मिलकर पेरिस की सड़कों पर मार्च किया, फुट मार्च किया, और वहां की सरकार को झुकाया कि यदि आप ये क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए जो डिजास्टर, क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो डिजास्टर है, इस डिजास्टर को रोकने के लिए लोगों को आगे लाने का काम करने के लिए हमने कहा कि वाटर इज क्लाइमेट, और वो बात हमारी ऐसे के ऐसे स्लोगन स्वीकार कर लिया गया में, और तब से ये जो क्लाइमेटिक डिजास्टर है उसके सॉल्यूशन में जो हमारे दुनिया में नेशनल प्लान बनते हैं और उसमें एग्रीकल्चर की, इसलिए पानी, खेती और इनकी जीवन की जो जरूरतें हैं वो पानी के साथ कैसे रिश्ता रखती है, इसका रक्षण, संरक्षण और पोषण हमें और शिक्षकों को ये एक कि जब तक भारत तब तक सुरक्षा का संकट हमारे सामने नहीं। जब से भारतीय आस्था की प्रकृति से, तब से ये क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो चैलेंज है, क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो डिजास्टर है, वो दिन पे दिन बढ़ता जा रहा है। इसलिए हम ये जो डेवलपमेंट का डिजास्टर चेंज एंड ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है, इसके सॉल्यूशन के लिए कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन नेचुरल वो काम यदि हम करेंगे तो हमारा जो फ्यूचर, हमारा फ्यूचर तो बेहतर बन सकता है। अपने फ्यूचर को बेहतर बनाने के लिए ये समझे पानी सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, जल सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट। जल हमारे जीवन और हमारे जीवन को चलाने वाले लोगों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ, प्रकृति के साथ जुड़ा हुआ, लोग और प्रकृति दोनों कैसे हम इसको आगे मैं सीखता ही आज कहना चाहता हूँ। आप लोगों के कुछ सवाल हो जरूर, लेकिन मैं अंत में इतना ही कहूँगा कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए ये मैनमेड डिजास्टर और नेचुरल डिजास्टर का डिफरेंस समझना बहुत जरूरी है। यदि हम इस डिफरेंस को समझकर प्रकृति के रक्षण संरक्षण का काम करेंगे तो जो हमारा फ्यूचर बनाना है, उसका रक्षण और संरक्षण करना। जय हिंद।
सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सर ने अपने जीवन अनुभवों से हमें बताया है कि हम कैसे कम्युनिटी बेस्ड अप्रोच को आगे बढ़ाएं और अपने देश को रेजिलिएंट बनाएं। For his passion and community-based effort towards conserving water, the 60-year-old water crusader won the Raman Magase Award for Community Leadership in 2001 and Stockholm Water Prize in 2015. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, there is some questions. I just read out from boxes. Sir, one question asked by Abhishek Anand. Different state government are not effectively implementing water conservation policies in effective manner. What will the way for this?
The government of India is a हमारी भारत सरकार की मुख्य भूमिका है कि वो राज्य सरकारों में एक वाटर लिटरेसी ड्राइव ले कि यदि हम जल संरक्षण नहीं करेंगे तो हमारी और हमारे
सर आपकी ऑडियो क्लियर नहीं है, आप अपनी वीडियो ऑफ कर दें ताकि हमें अच्छे से सुनाई दे सके आपका मैसेज।
ऑफ हो गई? हेलो?
हाँ जी सर। नहीं सर, अभी ऑफ नहीं हुई।
भरत,
ओके। बालाजी, कैन यू डू दिस? Balaji, can you off the video?
No, we can't have video from our side.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. Yes, his video is off from his side.
I can start.
Yes, sir. हाँ जी सर। सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
No, Mr. Dr. Harjeet, ma'am.
Yes.
Actually, sir has mistakenly left the meeting.
Okay.
Yes, he joined again.
Okay. सर मैं आपके लिए क्वेश्चन फिर से पढ़ना चाहूंगी। Different state government are not effectively implementing water conservation policies in effective manner. What will the way for this? Balaji, please unmute sir.
हेलो?
हाँ जी सर, आवाज आ रही है सर।
हाँ, सुन नहीं पाया दोबारा।
हाँ जी सर, क्वेश्चन था। हाँ जरूर सर, जरूर फिर से मैं रिपीट करती हूँ। Sir, different state government are not effectively implementing water conservation policy in effective manner. What will the way for this?
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ये राइट है पानी पर सबसे पहला कि वो वहाँ का जो स्टेट का जो वाटर है उसके मैनेजमेंट के लिए उनको मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं और उनकी जो पॉलिसी है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जो पॉलिसी है, उस पॉलिसी को एग्जीक्यूट करवाने के लिए उन सरकारों के साथ करने चाहिए। भारत सरकार, राज्य सरकारें और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का भी राइट है और स्टेट तो दोनों की पॉलिसी में फर्क हो सकता है, पर भारत सरकार इस फर्क ठीक करने के आगे आए और राज्य सरकारों को भी तैयार करे। ये भारत सरकार पहले नहीं।
सर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। With that we have come to end of our technical session. We will start our valedictory session very soon. Meanwhile, I request Balaji to play the video of NIDM.
Okay, Harjeet.
On behalf of all the dignitaries, now I am going to deliver the summary of 5 days faculty development program. For this important training program, we have received more than 2,400 registration, where delegates from almost every state and union territories of India have registered for the program. We also had international participation in the training program. Certainly, knowledge knows no borders. We can believe in a world that encourages and protects the open exchange of ideas and information, community and culture, where people of every country, language and culture can freely collaborate without restriction, and where international cooperation leads to common understanding and enhancement in disaster risk reduction and resilience. On a personal note, I felt very proud to welcome our distinguished guest in Dr. Kiran Bedi, IPS, Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian University, and Professor Sushma Yadav, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat, Phool, Singh, Mahila, Vishwavidyalaya. And motivation to every woman in India, our country, in every way possible. Women empowerment is a pivotal part in any society, state, or country. It is a woman who plays a dominant role in the basic life of a child. Women are an important section of our society. Education as means of empowerment of women can bring about a positive attitudinal change. It is therefore crucial for the socio-economic and political progress of India. The old African proverb is, if you educate a man, you educate an individual, but to educate a woman, you educate a family. For this important training program, we have faculty in the inaugural session. The inaugural session was graced by the chief guest, Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, Education Minister, Ministry of Education, Government of India, convey his best wishes to NIDM via video message. Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, ED NIDM, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, Member NDMA and Chancellor of Central University of Kashmir, Sri SN Pradhan, IPS DG NDRF, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, Professor Annapurna Nautiyal, Vice Chancellor, HNB Garhwal University, and Professor Surya Prakash, Head GMR Division, NIDM, graced the inaugural session. Throughout the course of this training program, we were joined by Professor Vice Chancellor of Hemvati, Nandan, Bahuguna, Garhwal University, Professor Saket Kushwaha, Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor H.S. Yadav, Director, Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, Professor Vinod Kumar Jain, Vice Chancellor, Tezpur University, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Professor T.N. Singh, Vice Chancellor, MGKVP University, Dr. Kalachand Sen, Director, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Talat Ahmed Ji, Vice Chancellor, Kashmir University, to provide encouragement and motivation to our participants. In 5 days of faculty development program, we have covered the topics on concept of HVCR, DM Act with role and responsibilities of ministries, department, agency, integrating SFDRR, SDG, climate change and new urbanization agenda by various speakers. Then there is a second day, we have covered the topic of cyclone forecasting, the game changes, new imperative and new direction in disaster risk reduction, disaster resilient infrastructure, governance and administration in DRR, institutional mechanism for response and mock exercises, role of NDRF during disaster, urban flood management, landslide issues and management, flood risk management, earthquake risk management, National Disaster Response Fund, and enhancing the sustainability of Himalayan ecosystem by Professor Surya Prakash, Dr. Harjeet Kaur, Mr. Raju Thapa from NIDM, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, DGM, IMD, Professor David Alexander, University College London, Professor Chandan Ghosh, IIT Jammu, Shri PP Srivastava, IAS, Member NDMA Advisory Board, Major General Dr. VK Nayak, Consultant NDMA, R.K. Rana, Deputy Inspector General, NDRF, Professor Kapil Gupta, IIT Bombay, Mr. Anil Kathat, NIDM, Dr. Sharad Chandra, Director, CWC, Professor Ravi Sinha, India Institute of Technology, Bombay, Shri Krishna Vatsaji, Member NDMA, Dr. Rajendra Singh Ji, Water Conservist and Environmentalist. These are all about the presentation in our FDP program. So this is all about the summary of 5 days faculty development program. Now moving to our valedictory session. I think Sushma ma'am join us. Let us check. Surya Prakash sir.
Dr. Arjit, actually, so
sir.
far, Dr. Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Kiran Bedi, madam has joined. So maybe
Okay,
because Professor Sushma Yadav is in another video conference meeting till now.
Okay.
So we can start
sir.
with Dr. Pankaj Mittal for her comments. You can invite her.
Okay.
And then
okay, sir. Actually, sir, Sushma Yadav ji sent one message. So I just want to read out in front of all the participants and dignitaries.
Right.
Yes, sir. Professor Sushma, actually, ma'am is not able to join us due to urgent commitment, including an EC meeting and one award ceremony. And it's my privilege that Srimati Sushma Swaraj is elected for Sri Shakti Samman 2020 for the university. So it's a very good news for us that Professor Sushma Yadav is elected for Sri Shakti Samman for 2020. So ma'am is not able to join us because of these reasons. Now moving ahead, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of Association of Indian University, is the second woman Secretary General of the association in its 95 year of existence. Prior to joining AIU, she has been serving the higher education sector, especially university education, for over 3 decades at the apex regulator of higher education, Grand Commission of India. Dr. Mittal is also the recipient of following awards and honors, like Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrator, President of India Award in 2017 for Digital Initiative in Higher Education, and DLIT from Karnataka State Women University, Bijpur, Karnataka, first Padma Shri Subhashini Devi Award 2018 for contribution in societal development and community engagement from the Chief Minister of Haryana. With these words, I would humble request Dr. Pankaj Mittal for her keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Harjeet Kaur, for a very, very generous introduction. And thanks to Dr. Surya Prakash and NIDM and the Executive Director of NIDM for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to speak to all of you. When we talk of disaster management, we are seeing right now we are in the midst of a disaster, that is corona pandemic. That is a disaster which is affecting the whole world. So when it comes to disaster, how to manage the disaster and how to equip our students to manage the disaster, and actually how to equip every person in the country to manage the disaster, that is a very key thing, because disaster management is something which everybody should be doing. So when we talk of higher education system, we have something like 1,000 universities, 40,000 colleges, and about 3.7 crore students are studying in those higher education institutions. So I'm sure if we teach disaster management to these 3.7 crore students, they can take care of 3.7 into 4, that is about 15 crore students, 15 crore people in our country in the eventuality of having a disaster. So my request to the NIDM will be that they should be making courses, especially online courses, for teaching the students on how to do disaster management. And if such courses are made, then I'm sure, and see, when we are also talking about the national education policy, which has come after, say, 34 years to the country, which is a very, very forward-looking, innovative, student-centric policy. In this national policy, all the barriers have been broken in terms of flexibility to the students, in terms of what the students can do and how many courses they can do and how many disciplines they can study. So earlier there was a difficulty that teaching disaster management in different programs was a limitation, because every subject used to say, I cannot be teaching disaster management because my own subject is so vast that I cannot be including another subject to the students. But today, when we talk of a flexible nature of policy, when we talk of the flexible system of higher education, which is now coming up, in which there is a flexibility to the students, where which is mandatory for all the institutions, that every institution should be a multi-faculty, multidisciplinary institution, where there is a possibility that all the colleges will be degree awarding colleges. I think this type of a limitation is no more existing, and if there are good courses in disaster management, our students will be very, very happy to learn. In that context, I'll also come back to, like, when I was in UGC, we were running a SWAYAM program. SWAYAM is an India MOOCs program in which the online courses, massive open online courses are given in various areas. So we had requested NIDM that please prepare courses for, say, MA in disaster management. So MA in disaster management would have entailed, say, something like 16 papers, and within each paper, if you talk of 5-6 courses, then so many courses. That was a bit difficult for NIDM. But then we did suggest to NIDM that please make some courses which every student should be studying. It could be 1 credit course, 2 credit course, small courses, so that they know how to manage a disaster. They will be equipped to manage a disaster. Some courses were developed. But now I think it is the right time when the NIDM can work in this direction and make multiple courses in disaster management. They can be uploaded on the SWAYAM platform, which is again an India MOOCs platform. And right now the reach of the SWAYAM is too big. Right now they are having something like 2,000 courses in SWAYAM, and around 2 crore students are already enrolled on this in the SWAYAM courses. So if we have these disaster management courses on the SWAYAM platform, I think it will benefit all our students, all our colleges, all our universities. And this is actually really the need of the time, especially when the policy talks about academic bank of credit. When we talk of the academic bank of credit, in the morning also we had a webinar with the UGC on academic bank of credit. Academic bank of credit is a sort of a bank, like you have a commercial bank in which you deposit money. Academic bank of credit is a bank in which you deposit the credits, and credits are earned by pursuing different courses from different universities with different credits. So if NIDM is having, say, 20, 30, 50 courses, so every student can become a member of the ABC. ABC means Academic Bank of Credit, and then keep on earning credits for disaster management from the courses being introduced by NIDM. So my request to NIDM will be, please make more courses. And if your faculty is not equipped to make courses, in UGC, they are even training the faculty on how to make good courses, how to face the camera. But because this difficulty we faced a lot in the UGC, that when we used to talk to a expert or a teacher for making an online course, they used to say it is very easy for us to teach a class, but teaching a camera is really difficult because they were not used to teaching a camera. But I must say that with this COVID, this crisis became an opportunity, and all our teachers started teaching online. They started learning how to teach a camera, and in turn to the virtual students. So now that difficulty is less. So now NIDM can really venture into making many online courses, small courses. And if you make those courses, you have good faculty, and then you can also have the faculty from the universities. I understand that you are making a network of universities for disaster management. So the faculty faculty which is already working in these universities, which are in your network, they can be engaged for making good courses under the supervision of NIDM. And these courses will really do a very good it will be a good opportunity for the students to learn, and it will be something good for the nation, in which everybody is equipped with the nuances of disaster management. They know how to do the disaster management, because whenever a disaster strikes, whether it is earthquake or tsunami or anything, any type of disaster, first issue is what to do, how to handle it, how to face it. So these type of teaching or this type of understanding is very important for our students. So my only request through this webinar to the NIDM, through this FDP to the NIDM will be, please make many courses for the general public. It could be at the school level, it could be for the graduation level, so that it can form a part of the curriculum also, and the students are able to earn the credits which can be counted anywhere for getting a degree, or even for employment purposes, or anywhere it can be counted. But please do make such courses. So with that, I will again thank Dr. Surya Prakash for inviting me here, and I'm eager to listen to Dr. Kiran Bedi, who was with us in one of our conferences in Pondicherry.
and it will be, I would love to hear him. She's such a good speaker. I would really love to hear her. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me here. Thank you. Thank you, Harjeet, and thank you, Dr. Suresh.
Thank you very much, ma'am, to be with us and encouraging our participants. Now, I would request ED and IDM Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, VSM, for his concluding remarks. During his more than 3 decades of services to Government of India, he has held important command and staff assignments such as Deputy Director General in Directorate of Army Air Defense, Director of Center for United Nations Peacekeeping, Secretary of the International Association of Peacekeeping Training Centers. Without further ado, I request Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, to deliver his concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Harjeet, moderating the whole session. First of all, heartiest welcome to all the participants and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who just gave her address just now, and Dr. Kiran Bedi, who's going to be addressing us. Right. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, first of all, your issues of small courses. NIDM has got about 20 courses online today. They are 4 to 6 weeks duration, and we are revitalizing it, and we will send you the link, and we'll see how they can be linked into the SWAYAM platform, so that right away there is something for the students to work to start the process. And the IUIN network, India University Network, one of the basic functions of that is to create a common curriculum and having 1 credit, 2 credit, and it goes up to a proper subject also, so that it can be integrated into any discipline where we want to give less emphasis on disaster management and more emphasis on, say, example, someone who's studying mathematics. But for him, disaster management will be a smaller capsule. Geographical sciences, it will be a much bigger capsule subject for them. So number of credit courses for that we will be deciding with the universities, and we have on board AIU, UGC and AICTE, all 3 as executive members of this institute network. We have just launched it, and we are in the process of taking in membership, which is free, and we have already reached about 85, 86 universities. Once we touch 100, thereafter we will be launching programs, and that time we'll look forward to a lot of your suggestions that you're giving today. And but we are keen to do what you have expressed your desire, that because you feel that the need to understand and study disaster management is there. I would like to say out here that this pandemic has certainly brought awareness to everyone that disasters is no more linked to a geographical area, and the rest of us who are staying in safe places or in a well-protected building are safe. It has come into our bedrooms now. It has come to each and every room. We have seen now more and more it is coming, and with the climate change that is happening, what is going to happen in future, we don't know. Past is no longer an example or a teacher for the future, the way as far as the environment and climate change related issues are concerned. We have seen that the disasters have become less frequent but very high intensity, and they create so much of damage. They are so ferocious in nature. It is very difficult to prepare for such a ferocity. But yes, the awareness campaign certainly reduces the casualty, reduces the loss. Today, what is happening is the research being done by various academicians, various PG students, various PhD students, is not being seen in the, is not being taken into account. So this India University Network, one of the main aims is to give them a platform to speak out, present their thesis for the whole world to see, which we will find if practicable, so that the policy advocacy related issues are looked at, teaching issues are looked at. During this COVID-19, we have gone a long way into providing a faculty development program, because in normal times when face-to-face training was possible, the time that was available to the faculty for faculty development programs was slightly limited, and it had to be at the cost of too many other things. But now, because of reduced time on online teaching mode, because it has to cater for the attention span of the students, there was an availability of teachers at various levels, college, schools, universities, that we thought we should tap on. So we have launched large number of faculty development programs so that we sensitize the students, the teachers, that they understand the importance of disaster management. Because unless the guru himself is herself is not convinced, how will they teach? Second issue was this particular program, as referring to Dr. Now Kiran Bedi will be coming, that this is for the first time we have got 13 universities together, with the inaugural address being given by Lieutenant General Atta Hassan, who's Chancellor of Kashmir University, and 11 universities vice chancellors had given a presentation of the keynotes and among things. So there is a step going on, and the very fact that they all came together across the geographical boundaries shows that education system is revitalizing itself, and the new education policy has certainly given it a big fillip. But one of the issues which needs a lot of deliberations, which can only be done by through strict policy, is that each campus should become disaster a demonstration campus wherein the student imbibes the disaster sensitivity, environmental sensitivity issues in his curriculum by living in such a safe environment, and they have to be made demonstrated to them so that it gets imbibed as becomes a second nature, that thereafter wherever they go, whether in the public sector, private sector, or self-employed, that teaching about sensitivity to environmental change, climate change, disaster management, preparedness issues is becomes natural to him, and he is able to carry forward this education that he has been imbibed through practical demonstration. So every campus must strive to become like that. Next issue that we have a major issue is that youth promotion. Today, you see, even when I'm now referring to myself, we have been conducting now, this must be the 200th online program which we have conducted in the last 4 months. We have not involved the youth at all. All speakers are only experienced academicians and esteemed personalities. So I think where we are going wrong somewhere in not involving the youth and giving them a stage to speak out and understand their issues directly. It is more, seems as if it is more of a authoritative kind of education that we are doing, or more like a directive command style where we have given directions that needs to be followed, rather than a collaborative participatory approach. So giving voice to the youth is the first step for disaster risk reduction related issues, unless, because we have got, like you have pointed out, 3.7 crore youth. I'm talking about now education sector, in which nearly 32% of the population is undergoing studies in some grade or other. So this is a very big community that we can target and ensure that they understand disaster management and they take part in management preparedness related activities, and so that their interest is aroused and they participate more, rather than just giving them some classroom teaching as a part of one more chapter to be studied or one more subject to be studied. So youth promotion is very important. We have got such a large base of national youth programs and NSS, NCC cadets. I think the education system should have some some programs aside from those who are registered with them once in a while, as a pro bono sort of thing, where these people are given at least 1 day of orientation or something like that. NIDM will certainly be looking into this major issue, which I have found as a major gap area in the present education system. And last point is what was Sri Rajendra Singh ji when he came on one of the platforms when we were discussing higher education. He said that it is better to prepare and prevent rather than to repair and repent. It sums up everything beautifully, because we have moved from response and reconstruction to preparation and mitigation. The whole paradigm shift which has taken place, because our response system has become very effective, and we have found that response is very for a very short period of time, and immediate post-disaster reconstruction does not fulfill the needs. There is a need that everyone has to be prepared, and all measures need to be taken so that the resilience is built up, loss to the property is reduced, and people are able to get back to their livelihoods and the normal business in the shortest possible time, along with the build back better, which is one of the Sendai objectives. So with this, I will once again thank all the participants for being with us for 5 continuous days, all the professors, doctors, and teaching community. And I thank the NIDM faculty, Professor Surya Prakash, Dr. Harjeet, Mr. Anil Katet, Mr. Raju Thapa, who conducted this whole program. And I can see Dr. Kiran Bedi on the screen now. So, artist, welcome to you, ma'am. I have met you during Srinagar floods at the Srinagar airport when you had come, ma'am. I was that officer there who was coordinating the relief efforts. At that time, we sat in the waiting hall for good about 45 minutes, and I still remember all the good things that you had spoken, and we changed a lot of response activities based on what you suggested that day. So today also we are looking, I am personally looking forward to your words of wisdom. Thank you so much, and over to you, Dr. Harjeet.
Thank you very much, sir. It is my utmost pleasure to request our chief guest, Dr. Kiran Bedi, IPS Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, who is the first woman in India to have joined the officer rank of India Police Service in 1972. She served it for 35 years. Her policing stood for power to correct, power to prevent, and power to get things done. Dr. Bedi was also the first woman to be appointed as police advisor to Secretary General in United Nations in the Department of Peacekeeping Operation in New York. She is recipient of the Raman Magsaysay Award, also called Asia's Nobel Peace Award, for bringing about a positive relationship between police and the people. Dr. Bedi is a law graduate, master's, and a PhD scholar with postdoctoral Nehru Fellowship. She is an author of several books such as I Dare, It's Always Possible, Creating Leadership, and more. Dr. Bedi has been voted as the most admired and trusted woman in India by Reader's Digest, The Week magazine, and others over the years. She has a biopic on her life called Yes, Madam Sir, made by an Australian filmmaker, and a recent documentary on her life was featured in Nat Geo Mega Icon. She is running 2 NGOs, India Visions Foundation and Navjot India Foundation, which reach out to marginalized section of society in education, skill development in urban slum and rural areas, including prisons. She has ensured institutionalization of all the good practices as an administrator for prosperity, which is available on her YouTube channel. Currently, she is documenting her experience in Puducherry in a book, which she will release on a completion of her current responsibility. Now, I pass on stage to our chief guest, Dr. Kiran Bedi, IPS Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry. Over to you, ma'am.
I want to thank you for the invitation you extended to me on a subject which is so relevant. In fact, we are all, nationally, nahi, internationally, we are going through a disaster of health, of an epic proportions, something which has never been seen of the kind nationally. Such an epidemic of a disaster has been limited to certain areas. But in this case today, it's covering 211 countries in the world. This is that disaster which we are dealing with right now. So I want to thank you for this most relevant topic, invitation for the most relevant topic of the day. I want to thank all the organizers of this program and a very illustrious list of patrons I see, led by nobody other than the Vice Chancellor of Puducherry University, Professor Gurmeet Singh himself, and all others whom I have great admiration for. Some of them I've met in person and some I have been in contact, but it's a very large, very good team of patrons. Besides, of course, thank you so much, Major General Manoj Bindai, for your kind words for me and fond remembrance of the time we spent together. I also see SN Pradhan, the IPS officer, who's the DG NDRF, and member NDMA, Lieutenant General Hasnan, whom I'm very fond of listening on television, who gives very useful views every time he comes on the television. Many other friends on the screen and those who are listening to us today. Well, I'm going to share with you, yesterday we had a very good meeting with nobody other than Mr. Amitabh Kant. We had a virtual Rajnivas leadership series yesterday where Mr. Amitabh Kant addressed the medical community of Puducherry, and also it was open for anybody and public officials. And I want to share with you, it was naturally in relation to what's happening on the COVID front, which is, as I said, a health and an epidemic disaster. He shared with us the vision, the healthcare vision nationally for the years to come, and also the opportunities which we have today to build on this crisis, which is a great vision, which we have to work towards to prevent and improve our healthcare responses in the times to come. I want to share with you the value additions I personally made in relation, coming out of my administrative experience currently in disaster management. And I therefore want to be totally focused on a practical approach to a visionary approach. So while you need the vision, you need a strategy, you need a plan, you need resources in place. But what do you do immediately? What you do immediately? Because the long-term vision is planning. It is without that you cannot. It's a roadmap where you start the journey. But I wanted to come back to say, where are we? And in the coming years, while the journey is long, what do we do now? And those are the things which I shared yesterday. I'm going to place them before you. And I think that would be very relevant for my colleague in Major General and the NDRF as a whole. Which is, I've seen your topics to be covered. I've read this paper, your topics to be covered. I have first few comments on the topics to be. Number one, in column 5, 6, and 7, your topics to be covered are, General Saab, number one, roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders. You've mentioned this. And in item 6, it is community-based multi-hazard risk reduction and resilience. This. And you've also, point 7 is act, policy, plan, guidelines, SOPs, PM's 10-point agenda on disaster risk management. Probably the things which I would like to see added, if I may humbly submit, is number one. Also in column 3, you've written geohazards, namely earthquake, tsunami, landslides, cloudburst, and flash flood. And I would add epidemics. Number one, I will add hereafter epidemics. Because these are matters of now communicable viruses are there to stay. So add epidemics. And these are also which follow flash floods, which follow tsunamis, which follow earthquakes, which follow plagues, epidemics. Because immediately health hazards come in. So health hazard has to be integrated into your point 3. Then comes point 5 and 6 and 7. What I would add in point 5 is roles, responsibilities of different stakeholders, and add management modules, leadership training, and collaboration skills. What happens is that you have an SOP for a particular thing, but there is no management module and there is no leadership module, leadership training, who's responsible for what is that person's role, and where's the collaboration. So we need to train in collaboration, leadership, management modules. What has happened in COVID is that we've had many standard operating procedures coming from all highest officers of Government of India, including you, including yours. What we did not get and what would be helpful to get for future is actually very detailed management module, because you have left management to our own experiences. And everybody's experience varies. Somebody is a 6-year-old IS officer or an IPS officer, and somebody is a 30-year-old IPS officer or an IS officer or a medical officer. So somebody's 5-year-old experience and somebody's 30 years old. See the difference? And sometimes a 6-year-old IS officer with that experience in a union territory is the health secretary. 5 years old experience. Supervising certainly the works of 30-year-old experienced people. How do they collaborate? How do they coordinate? How does this young officer co-opt and value seniority, which he's looking for? For instance, if we would appoint nodal officers, now I'm not talking about Pondicherry. Supposing you have a young officer, but having been supported by very many senior officers, how does he collaborate with them? How do senior officers accept a junior officer in seniority, not in rank, not in service, but in seniority, because that's his position. You see, disaster does not alert you, doesn't say I'm coming. It just comes. It just happens. Tsunamis just happened. COVID happened over a period, and it just came suddenly, and it spread widely till we started to check everybody who was coming down from the air. It came from overseas. It is not homegrown. Virus is not Indian virus. Viruses clearly come from China. And from China, it came from Wuhan, and then it traveled to travelers all over the world. And whichever country had more tourists had suffered more. India gradually suffered as it started to receive more. That's why that thermo scanning and the fever checks, etc. What I'm saying is that add this point in point 5: roles, responsibilities, management modules, leadership and collaboration and cooperation. This is what is missing, because everybody thinks I have a role to play and I go, but it is not my duty to inform. Now today, what's happened is in Pondicherry, it took us time. It took us time, General Saab, to start forming WhatsApp groups of these people and to interconnect, to communicate. And who should be in the part of the WhatsApp group? Smaller groups, bigger groups. Many secretaries here did not have WhatsApp groups of the areas they were responsible for. Let's say secretary of particular labor or secretary industries. Took its time to co-opt all industries, because now there was a COVID prevention where labor union had to be co-opted to understand the norms of 4S, masking, distancing, Arogya Setu, and sanitation. So every laborer, because everybody, one COVID patient not detected spreads to 30. It becomes 1:30. It multiplies so fast. It means every labor management, every labor factory in charge had to be co-opted in this movement. Similarly, in the shops, all the market associations had to be co-opted. See, all the resident welfare associations for police had to be co-opted, because every person mattered. So what I'm saying is, please have very careful separate modules for management modules, leadership modules, and collaboration modules. And the use of technology in intercommunication, how fast you have. Now, for me, disaster, it is not a question. Now, I'm making a very important point, that after having said that these are the things, is that we are here for disaster management. I would say let's have plans for disaster prevention. Now you can prevent a disaster if you prepare for a disaster in peacetime. And you will have a disaster in response, not a disaster in act, because this is an act of nature. It's a disaster, you call it disaster, but it's an act of nature. But our response to it is a disaster, or it's a mitigation. So I would say we would also need to have a preparation for normal time for disaster prevention, which means response to an act of nature. What is the way? What is our sensible, wise, practical response to an act of nature, which we are calling a crisis? So now, because we are not prepared to respond to it collectively. We may be individually, firefighters will do, police will do, health will do, but where is the coordination? Because the human being is interconnected. He needs all the 3, 4, 5 services. He needs forest department to cut the trees to remove. Where is the horticulture department? Or the floods? Are the fishermen ready with the boats? And from the boats to health hazards issue or the garbage removal. All this is city management, city coordination. That is what happens. And when we take time in, lose time in city coordination and internal coordination, that's when the crisis is developed. And then we start firefighting. For instance, we have a dispensary, which is, we have many dispensaries which are treating. But where is the contact tracing of a COVID patient? Where is the fever clinic? Where is the house-to-house survey? Where it requires ANMs and Red Cross? Where are they? Then you need more extra manpower to do rural surveys. Where is that? Where are the women SHGs? See that? It's an internal coordination. So it's called resource mapping. What are the areas where critical resource mapping, the RWAs, the market associations, the business communities, it is a city management. So I would say roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders. You need to have one more 5A, which means management modules, leadership modules, collaboration modules, so that we have disaster prevention rather than disaster management. To me, it's crisis management, disaster prevention. I think we could have crisis management, but disaster prevention. But it will be disaster management when we are not collaborating. Now, I give you one more example. Puducherry has 9 medical colleges, 2 major, or rather 2, 3 major. We have a JIPMER, we have our own Indira Gandhi Medical College, we have a general hospital. Then we have 7 private medical colleges. Puducherry is one of the rare places which has so many concentrated medical colleges, one after the other, they're all private. And you know, between these medical colleges, it has nearly 7,000 students. Some are PGs, some are graduates. And you know what? It has thousands of university students in Puducherry, all in one town. Thousands, which had NCC and NSS. Tell me, if we had had a peacetime coordination plan for disaster management between the student community and between the private medical colleges and the government colleges, would we have had a kind of COVID infection spread the way it did spread, and Puducherry became India's #1 in COVID deaths fatality? Why? Because we could not do surveys, we did not have manpower. We did not have the mobilization of civil defense, NCC could not come, NSS could not come because nobody knew this crisis. So no parent sent them for duty. We also never asked them, afraid that kuch ho na jaye. So we could not mobilize this community at all. In fact, our own department did not ask them. And where I can also tell you, where we sent out a request for NCC, not even 10% turned up. So what are we training them for? What that means, they were not trained for epidemics. They did not know how to deal with epidemics. Whereas we have experience of SARS and others, we could have borrowed it from Africa and elsewhere, the swine flus, etc. We could have borrowed that experience and trained our cadets. But we could not, we also did not perforce ask the students because we were afraid कि किसी को हो ना जाए, and how do we account for बच्चा को नुकसान हो गया? So we also did not force it. But there was also no messaging. They did not come. NSS did not come, NCC did not. So what are we training them for? Where's the disaster? So we are not prepared for crisis management. So I'm saying that here, so therefore, what is my answer? What is my solution in disaster prevention, in peacetime, to handle crisis and not make a disaster, a crisis disaster? Because when we do not respond properly, we are making a crisis disaster. So now I'm giving you a management plan for disaster prevention, which is please train people to work together. Train departments to work together. Train the honorable vice chancellors to make mandatory community service hours to work together. And let the teachers lead that community service and not say, jao tum ped lagao, aur tum swachhta karo, jao tum jao. And why? What is the first? You said it. General Saab, you were saying, where is our youth? Why not every youth involved in water harvesting? Why not every youth involved in greening India? Why not every youth in security management? Why not every youth in road safety? Why not? Why not every youth in horticulture and agriculture issues? Why not? India has a youth dividend, but it is deficient in community service. Half its population, it's youth energy, but it's totally deficient in community giving, community service. Why? Because in peacetime, we do not train to make them work together. So I would say, let us have collaborative modules. How do they work together in peacetime? Number one, and then teach them team building. How do they build a team? How do they also follow? Everybody is not a leader. I want to confess quickly. It's very difficult today to get the youth to serve community unless they come on, their photo comes in the newspapers, unless their name comes on the television and photo, unless they get a certificate in marks, unless they get the credits. There are very few who are doing it for the love of doing it. Majority only want to see हमारा अगले दिन अखबार में नाम आया है कि नहीं आया, फोटो छपी है कि नहीं छपी. How many people, and newspapers have their own limitations of space, how many will come? I understand that they update their Facebook pages, which for them, which also gives them a social profile and also enhances their social prestige. Excellent. They also, this is an incentive for them when they do upgradation of the Facebook profile. But now, whether it's made national news or regional news, one has to struggle to see inka naam aa jaye, please. Teachers also do not come unless they are assured that their name will be recognized. I think we've lost the spirit of giving. We've lost the spirit of loving to serve. It's only publicity to serve and not serve. It's publicity only. We are in the community programs for not giving, but publicity only. I think you'll have to take publicity out of it. Let the work speak for itself. So therefore, your disaster management has to be disaster prevention and crisis management. So work on a crisis which comes without our asking, but disaster management is in our hands. And when we don't do crisis, when we do crisis mismanagement, we create disaster. And then we get onto disaster management, whereas we can prevent disaster. So by team building, by coordination, by group formation, by asking them to be together during peacetime. Are they WhatsApp groups today? The technology is so brilliant. rather than the group emails where people may read later or not. WhatsApp is right in your hands. As disaster, have they formed the groups? Have they got functioning control rooms? In COVID war room situation, I observed that the government of India sent us very good standard operating procedures. It also indicated, have your war rooms, have your control rooms. What all should be the control rooms, what data should enter, how it should be analyzed, what should be fed into, who will be trained for what, was not in the detail. And many months to put this in place. And I can tell you certain states still do not have a COVID war room. I know one which has been asking Pondicherry about the pattern of our control room, which means that state still does not have, and that state has had issue. So that's what I wanted to share with you, that I think COVID has many lessons. By the way, I want to say further, COVID is not gone. Let's test it now. We are only in the middle of COVID crisis. But are we managing it? Do you know how we manage it? Your student community is not involved. Our student community is not involved. Could they not do IEC campaigns of mask wearing, social distancing, Arogya Setu, or sanitation? Why should our government officials, poor policemen, all the time with the microphone doing this? Why aren't student NCC, small groups doing it all over the country? And you also have civil defense. Why are they not doing it? Why isn't civil defense everywhere? But again, to do the duty, not for mera photo aaya kare. Then you're all the time obliging them. Mujhe nutrition mili ki nahi, mujhe refreshment mili ki nahi, mera certificate mila ki nahi. Where is India going as far as the giving spirit is concerned? And COVID hasn't gone. COVID is still in the middle. We need all these for implementation. But where are our youth? Not by few numbers and thousands. I say if you have a university of 60,000, all right, 60,000, you got 300 staff, 300 plus. Pick up your areas, adopt the areas, adopt a village, go and work. No, I don't have money. You have not given me bus money and you've not given me a stipend, I'll not go. Travel in a bus for anything else? Don't you travel for anything? Why can't we do this? In fact, we are still in the middle of COVID. And you know what? The real thing is yet to come. What is that? When the vaccine comes. How are we going to distribute the vaccine? Are we okay? Are we distributing? How will we distribute vaccine? There'll be queuing required. There'll be areas required. There'll be a riot management on vaccines. We are not gone yet. I think we have not yet involved our youth in COVID management at all. Now you might say, but they are very vulnerable to infection. No more. Now we know the solution. The solution is, well, you're out anyway. I see the youth out everywhere. They go for their essentials. They meet their friends. They're chatting up. The question is, and it is no harm getting them acclimatized. Wear a mask. Keep your hands sanitized. Have your Arogya Setu in your WhatsApp, in your iPhone, so that you immediately alerted if there's anybody close by with the virus with you. And social distancing. Why are they? They are the violators of social distancing. They are the ones who are going into parties and group meetings. Look what's happening in certain metropolitan cities. It is the youth which is violating social distancing, not the elderly. It is the youth. Going to pub parties, they're still going, not pubs are not open, but they create their own pub parties. So what I'm saying is, this is to me disaster prevention. We are creating disasters, General Sir, and my dear friends, and the Honorable Vice Chancellors who are listening to me. I'm giving you my experience. I've not read this in a theory book. It's not a training plan. I'm giving you something which I've experienced in managing this crisis. We took so much time to bring everybody together. It took us a Disaster Management Act to co-opt the private colleges, whereas the private colleges, medical colleges should have volunteered to say, able to talk. Only one of you, very few came. What about the rest? Students never volunteered. None of the students were volunteered by the college, where there were and nursing homes, nursing houses, sorry, nursing colleges. We have another 3,000 nurses available. We are trying to hire nurses. We are trying to hire doctors when there are doctors and doctors. So friends, this is no way. I think there needs to be a clarion call from the universities to get directly associated with disaster prevention and now it's epidemics, and nothing better than practical experience to the current youth. And seniors have to be kept away, because any senior above a particular age with comorbidity is immediately vulnerable to COVID. Therefore, seniors have to be kept away. It's a youth who have to step out of homes and handle, and not allow the grandfathers and fathers to step out with comorbidities. And also these youth should go house to house surveys. If anybody has a fever, immediately take them to PHC clinic for immediately quarantining and treatment. Because the earlier you catch, quicker you recover. The delay you catch, more difficult it becomes. And then coming the vaccine. I think it's a practical disaster going on at the moment. We need to use this as a practical experiment and have spread out to teach them. First of all, they should fan out. They should fan out to ensure masking, and they can be declared as, they can be accompanied by police officers who can find them, or municipality who can find them, because there are orders that they can be fined. There are penalties on home quarantine violation. There are penalties for containment zone. They can patrol those areas at night to see nobody breaks the containment zone or breaks home quarantine, because once they spread out, they spread it again. But after some days, they're fine. Even home care, even control room calls, they could attend as you. See, so much can be done. That's the blueprint. We need that kind of a blueprint. That's the kind of blueprint we need. So, Doctor, I hope it's taken in the right context. I've given you an example, practically, how it took us time. We lost time. Infection spread because we were not organized before the crisis. Many of the officers had to create their own WhatsApp groups and even interconnect. And somewhere it hurt vested interests. Why are you getting united? Somewhere it hurt vested interests. Vested interests came in the way. Why are you getting united? Because they thought this group belonged to them. Imagine. Some came to break the unity in the group, saying, break the unity, you don't need it. You have to overcome that. That means basically that the grassroots level, the level where the unity must be practiced. So when you have a rehearsed program, then you're ready for the main event, but you don't rehearse it. How can you be ready? Then you're only rehearsing it. For many months you will rehearse, and by the time the crisis is over, you will then say, we done it. But you're rehearsing. Why did you rehearse? Why did you not rehearse before? Have you seen any school function coming without a rehearsal, say, now the main, please stay on. In the end, you will see the final program. We are rehearsing. Rehearsing is over before the final event. They practice before they perform. So we must practice disaster management before, which means we should practice disaster prevention. And then disaster will not happen. It will become, as now immediately everybody comes together and it handles the way the armed forces do, the way the police does. All uniformed services immediately band together because they're trained. One command, they all trained, and you fight. You win the war. That's why we're winning our national borders are secure today, because this collaborative team spirit. Why is civic administration divided? We need to unite a civic administration. I think the challenge is, how do you unite civic administration and make them responsible for this? And for that, you will have to work with civil administration sans politics. Politics doesn't come in this. They are all public servants. They have to be trained for public service, and they have to learn to work together. Thereafter, the political leadership adds to collaboration and not divides them or disunites them or weakens them. That's their role. So what is their role also should be part of your training. Part of your training. In fact, I'm asking you, how many political, besides our Prime Minister and a few of our Government of India ministers, in the states, how many of the elected representatives have gone place to place announcing, saying, mask lagao, social distance rakho, mandir mein jana hai to long distance rakho, masjid mein jana hai to cap lagao? Have you heard anybody? I haven't. It's all civil administration which is doing. On the contrary, this is their role. On the contrary, many of the political representatives, which I've seen in the newspapers or otherwise, have been violations. They've been violating the Disaster Management Act. They are violators. And we've had to book cases against them. The latest example is that on 22nd September, my own Honorable Chief Minister has announced agitation against the labor law, agriculture laws. 22nd September. And we against the agriculture reforms. And on the top of it, we've got instructions from the Ministry of Home Affairs and others saying, allow no congregation of any such rallies. Who is violating who? Who is going to enforce social distancing in this? Isn't this a big challenge? Are we trained? Did we train? Should the people as a community also not come up and say, I think these are the challenges for disaster management, friends. I've given you an honest, truthful picture of this man, and I can tell you it costs nothing. We just need to use our time better, same resources, our own energy and willpower. You don't need money in this. There's no budget in this. It's only time. It's the same resources coming together. Tell me, what does it cost Puducherry if 7 hospitals and 2 work together? And when all 6,000 plus 7 offer time at the dispensaries and do supporting in testing, they're all trained, nursing in doing testing and doing surveys and contact tracing. Where does it cost? And literally half of them are on subsidized education. Many of them are on government scholarship. We are paying taxpayer money to pay their fee. Is this not the time to serve the community? So you've asked me to share with you what I've experienced directly and also for the future. And you have a great role as a disaster management, the NIDN has a remarkable role. You can do what I'm telling you to do or suggesting to you. This is your role, is peacetime collaboration. Ask every secretary, every director, hey, in your WhatsApp, do you have your staff numbers? Are you in contact with them? Are you meeting them once in a while? Are you having a cup of tea? And ask the universities. Ask the universities. How many students have collaborated with and have the departments invited them? You are above all of us. NIDN is above all of us. You can unite student community, government, political classes, public servants, all. Why should you come only at disaster? Why should you not come at prevention? Why should you come later? Why should you not come early and teach the community and the people to work together in peacetime and rehearse working together? Oh, they say that's not your, of course, disaster mitigation is my agenda, NIDN. How do I do mitigation if you're not learning to work together? So learning to work together during normal time is actually the real disaster prevention. And that is to me disaster management and not disaster reaction. At the moment we are on disaster reaction. Then we will be on disaster response. And we are ready. We know what to do because we've rehearsed it. We've talked to each other. We meet each other. We know each other. We've done our SOPs. We are united. We are a team. And there'll be only 10% X factor. 90% will be rehearsed. 10% alone will be the X factor. That's all. Now, I've written a blog on this today. It's on my, where is it? In my blog. Have I written the blog? I've not put it on my handle yet. Okay. I'll make it available for you. You can pick it up. But I'll send it to disaster management, the NIDM also. I'll send it to General Sir. We'll send it to Major General and share it if he wishes to share. But a small blog on how it's what I've said is much more than I've written on. But that's a piece for Niti Aayog, where I've requested Niti Aayog to help us create a blueprint of collaborative healthcare model. But it can be all resource model, the youth and the services together, and where they can then serve the community better. So you can have a look and you can expand it the way I shared with you. I want to thank you for the opportunity you've given me to share my experience with you out of the book. But what I'm seeing every day, the challenge is not over. This is the time to orient our youth and community also now in the remaining part of the COVID, which is not gone yet. If we don't want a third wave, we need to now involve the community much more and they be ready for the distribution of the vaccine and even post-care, because this COVID is not going to leave us at least for the next 2 years, two years easily, because there will be even lapses and relapses. So this collaborative model is required now for quite some time. So it should become a work culture. By the way, this is exactly the national education policy. National education policy, which is being given to us now, is training the youth to serve the community. Should we wait for 3 years to fall in place? We should adopt it right away. It's a part of it. It's accepted. That's it. Go ahead. So national education policy is exactly what this youth needs to do. But youth must spend out of their own, learn to spend out of their own pocket money to go to the village. Nahi jana, apne gaon ko sambhalo. Go work in your own village. Stay in your own home, work in your own village. Form the boys and girls group in that village. Serve your own village. Serve your own neighborhood. Don't go elsewhere. Why go elsewhere? Everywhere you're living, form your own neighborhood groups, youth groups, serve them. So no photo, no internship, no this thing. But if you do, you're recognized by the teacher. But the teacher-led, it has to be teacher-led. It's not delegated. Teachers must lead in community service. Thank you so much.
Before Dr. Rajiv says anything, points of which you have actually been facing for a few months and handling the situation so well. But the main issue that you brought out today was community service, volunteered community service, which is missing. And I think education system can do a big role, maybe reviving the whole structure of education, where it's not restricted to textbook and just answering question answers and then getting marks and getting admissions. We need to adopt a policy where community service becomes a huge part, practical applications and becomes a huge part, and we give credit courses for that also, because without incentive, it is difficult to start an initiative. Maybe that culture will have to start right from the school upwards. And for the time being, the colleges can start whatever you have suggested today, in which you touched more on psychosocial and cognitive domains, where meeting of the minds was an issue, where the senior, junior, different multi-stakeholder. This we are seeing here every day, ma'am. It is a practical issue. The incident response system is there. It puts someone as in charge, but the person who's under him is senior to him by rank. So then there's an issue there. So that there is a lot of issues of leadership also in this. WhatsApp group has come out in a big way to help us out. Even in the ministry, every joint secretary level officers are given a charge of a few states, 6 to 7 states, where they coordinated the complete movement, whatever came. So there were about 8 such groups made within the ministry itself at different levels. Those empowered groups, those interministerial teams which went to the states. But all that was it required? Had the states and UTs been doing what they are supposed to have done, which is your actual point which you came out, that everyone has to do their part on their own, willingly, without looking for any incentive. And that is an ideal state which we need to strive for, and for that the teaching community and of course the parents, they play an important part, because we protect our children, ready to go out ourselves, but we do not allow the children to go out because they are the future generation. So somewhere we have to be ready to take some risks also, and allow our youth to grow, give them the opportunity to grow, and give them the required platform to grow. And that was what I had also said, where is the youth? And somewhere we are failing in not promoting our youth to come up to the uh, on the table the way they should have during various. They're very good at other responses. Whenever anything happens, they're the first ones to save lives. Any building falls, you'll find the complete youth digging up the rubble by hand and saving lives. So they are doing what they can do in a smaller form, and they are the community is the strength of the nation. And if the community is empowered through the education system, it will be a big stepping stone for disaster prevention. As you know, given us a new thing, that disaster prevention and crisis management. I think I'll use it in my future talks also, with your permission, because you have given us lot of issues to think about, and at an IDM we'll certainly think about it, ma'am, and in years and months to come, we'll come back to you with what we are doing about it. I'm thankful to you, ma'am, for giving such a heart-to-heart talk to the complete audience. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Harshit.
Thank you once again to Honorable Lieutenant Governor Dr. Kiran Bedi. Despite her busy schedule and important meeting to attend, she was humble enough to accept our invitation to share her wisdom with our participant. Madam, this is bring to your kind notice that we will make a report on the training program with significant key takeaways point from the dignitaries, implement the valuable points raised by the dignitaries in our upcoming programs. Professor Shushma Yadav, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya is joined us now. So I open the floor for her special address. Ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaur, and Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Pondicherry, ma'am, if you remember, I'll straight come to you first. If you remember, I conducted the Excellence in Policing training programs at IIPA at your behest, and because you had granted those, and they went wonderful. And all the officers remember you even now. Whosoever meets me, and they're doing good work. But it was just because of you that we got those programs and tailored those programs as directed by you. Under your leadership, we did it. And it's a pleasure seeing you there, ma'am, because I think that's the kind of leadership the nation must have, and we have in you. And after you, I don't think I can speak much, ma'am. You've given such a broad view. I can only say now that whatever you said about teachers, whatever you said about educational institutions, whatever you said about students, we will follow them. And you'll be glad to know, ma'am, that the university which I'm leading now is a women's university. And this university has a very, very proactive engagement with the community, because of which we were awarded a global award last time for best community engagement or community impact. Thank you so much, ma'am. And our social work department has brought up women and is trying to bring them into fighting this epidemic now and preparing them for any such kind of pandemic in future times also. I completely agree with you, and I'm happy Dr. Pankaj Mittal has joined. She was the founder, vice chancellor of this university. So there is the center she brought here. Ma'am, we have women as students, but we have a complete engaged group of women from the villages around. We've adopted 5 villages, and we're trying to make them aware of the special efforts required now to face this kind of pandemic. And as you say, I think I do it myself, but I think all of us have to do it, that we make them aware that have your mask, keep social distancing, because girls forget it, you know, emotional beings that they are. And once they enter the university, they forget everything. But that can lead to disaster. I would say here, after looking at you, I don't want to say much theory, but we will follow whatever has been directed by you, and every child who's heard you here will get certainly inspired, including the Vice Chancellor. It was great to listen to you, ma'am. And disasters can really be met, prepared, if we follow what you said, not react, but act before, or act proactively much before. And Indian society is resilient enough, as you have shown in your entire career, that if you fight with your heart and mind together, you can fight any disaster, any pandemic, any epidemic, and any man-made disaster as well. So, ma'am, we take you as a model. We would love to follow that model. And you are the model of empowerment for all women around, and the girls look at you. I'm so happy to be here. I could listen to you completely, and I take what you have given to us as your lifetime experience and very, very practical steps, which we can all follow. Thank you very much, NIDM, for making me part of this. Thank you very much, Professor Surya Prakash and Dr. Kaur. And ma'am, I really look at you as an epitome, as a leader, and as a woman who really has been empowered. So we take your words as blessings and we'll implement them in the life. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am, to be with us. Now I request my colleague, Mr. Raju Thapa, to deliver vote of thanks on record. Over to you, sir.
First of all, namaskar, everyone. It's my vote on this important of Institute of Disaster. Extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Kiran Bedi, IPS, retired Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Professor Susma Yadav, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat, Phool, Singh, Mahila, Vishwavidyalaya, for sparing their precious time from their busy schedule for providing encouragement and support to all our participants. We are also very grateful to Sri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, Education Minister, Ministry of Education, for accepting our request to grace us as a chief guest in our inaugural session of this 5-day training program and addressing our delegates and participants via video message. I also extend my thanks to our collaborator and knowledge partners, Pondicherry University, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Kashmir, Nandan, Bahuguna, Rajiv Gandhi University, Northeast Regional Institute of Science and Technology, Tezpur University, Bhagat, Phool, Singh, Mahila, Vishwavidyalaya, Jammu University, Guru Gandhi, Kashi Vidyapith, and Central University of Kashmir for their presence and also for their enormous cooperation and support in organizing of this 5-day training program. I would like to extend a special thanks to our distinguished speaker of the day, Sri Krishna Vatsa, member NDMA, Dr. Rajendra Singh, water conservationist and environmentalist, Professor Ravi Sinha, Indian, and also other resource person who joined us in this training program for enlightening our participants with their vast knowledge and experience. Also, I would like to extend a special thanks to Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, Visesh Seva Medal, Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, for providing innovative and encouraging environment, moral guidance, continuous enthusiasm, and valuable suggestions throughout NIDM endeavors. I also express my deep sense of appreciation to Professor Surya Prakash, Head GMR Division, NIDM, who is the coordinator of this training program, for organizing such a training program for dissemination of information and knowledge, and also encouraging us to excel in our efforts. I heartily congratulate all the participants for their active participation in this event. Faculties are torchbearers of the future, and we hope you will further disseminate the knowledge and information you gathered during this 5-day event. successful with a single person. So I extend my big thanks to our GMRD team, Dr. Harjeet Kaur, who is also the co-coordinator of this training program, Mr. Anil Kathed, the facilitator of this program, and our IT team, Mr. Balaji, Mr. Gaurav, and Sovit, who were working continuously for making this training program a successful event. I hope all the participants have some key takeaways points from this 5-day training program, which they will like to discuss with their students, colleagues, and families. With this, we have come to the end of this 5-day training program. Thank you everyone for joining us in this training program. Jai Hind.